just because I would need all the help I could get.
Get it? No. Okay, so as a new racer, she is going to realize at one point or another that the last thing you want to do is let off the gas in a corner.
Main economy around here is agriculture. You know, we've got the farmers, the grain companies, the fertilizer companies, a few small businesses on Main Street, but it's all based around agriculture. When we told people we were going to put a sprint boat track in St. John, they basically thought we were crazy. They were right.
Well, in 2007, we started with a wheat field. We purchased the property to be able to do something non-agriculture in St. John, to bring outside people into our fabulous community of St. John, Washington. So we planted alfalfa, and then we caught wind of sprint boat racing. And we brought the officials out here to look at our venue, and Matt could see a track. I saw alfalfa, and Matt could see a track.
It's just developed into this haven down in the Palouse it's like it's a destination for people to come to. The grass is green, it's well manicured. There's no track in the world that is as well groomed as Webb Slough.
It's good.
This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's just it's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM straight down the straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out of the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, and into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boats coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there were so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just as long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
Out. Pilot is out. Oh!
Yeah, we're good. This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower and a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. They've got a golf tournament at the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. Packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically, it's turned into a whole weekend event.
No, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the Slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. It's a great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92. And everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is non-stop.
That's going to leave a mark.
the most exciting boat racing in the Northwest. The sprint boats return to Webb Slough in St. John, Washington, Saturday, August 27th. Webb's campground opens Thursday, August 25th at 10 a.m. with spacious grass camping for just $30 for the entire weekend. It's the best price to camp with friends and family. Lots of activities in the town of St. John lead up to a full day of racing on Saturday, August 27th. Boats pushing 1,200 plus horsepower and more is something that must be seen and felt. Purchase tickets now at webslough.com and find them on Facebook for more info.
Main economy around here is agriculture. You know, we've got the farmers, the grain companies, the fertilizer companies, a few small businesses on Main Street, but it's all based around agriculture. When we told people we were going to put a sprint boat track in St. John, they basically thought we were crazy. They were right.
Well, in 2007, we started with a wheat field. We purchased the property to be able to do something non-agriculture in St. John, to bring outside people into our fabulous community of St. John, Washington. So we planted alfalfa, and then we caught wind of sprint boat racing. And we brought the officials out here to look at our venue, and Matt could see a track. I saw alfalfa, and Matt could see a track.
It's just developed into this haven down in the Palouse it's like it's a destination for people to come to. The grass is green, it's well manicured. There's no track in the world that is as well groomed as Webb Slough.
It's good. This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's just it's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM, straight down the straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out of the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boats coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there were so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just as long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
Out. Pilot is out. Oh!
This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower and a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. They've got a golf tournament at the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. Packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically, it's turned into a whole weekend event.
Oh, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the Slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. It's a great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92. And everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is non-stop.
That's going to leave a mark.
The most exciting boat racing in the Northwest. The sprint boats return to Webb, Slough, and St. John, Washington, Saturday, August 27th. Webb's campground opens Thursday, August 25th at 10 a.m. with spacious grass camping for just $30 for the entire weekend. It's the best price to camp with friends and family. Lots of activities in the town of St. John lead up to a full day of racing on Saturday, August 27th. Boats pushing 1,200 plus horsepower and more is something that must be seen and felt. Purchase tickets now at webbslough.com and find them on Facebook for more info.
there to drain off their momentum so that they can get that boat slowed down and stopped. And, of course, over here we have the start channel where the boats, if you can see, there's a couple of them that are lined up there. They'll be backing down in. That is the start pool. So that kind of gives you a couple of basics. Some terms you'll hear. DNF, that's a did not finish. A DNS is a did not start. So they're down there in the start channel, and for whatever reason, they can't get the boat running. It's not running right. If they can't get the boat out on the course, they get a DNS, a did not start. One of the things that they can do, if they get the boat down there, they can't get it started, something's running wrong with the boat, they have 5 minutes to get that cleared up. So it's called the, they get to go on what's called the 5-minute clock, and they'll have 5 minutes down there at the start channel to try and rectify whatever the problem is. If they're able to do that in 5 minutes, then they will be able to come out. I'll tell you a little bit more about this in a minute and give you some other ideas of what you're going to be seeing out here today. But first, we would like everybody to stand, take your hats off. We're going to have our national anthems. We have racers today from Canada, obviously here in the U.S. We have a Kiwi from New Zealand that'll be racing out here. And so it is an international sport. I'll give you a little bit of a history of it coming up a little bit later. And we will do the national anthem coming up just in about a couple of seconds. Gwen Richmond is a former graduate of St. John Endicott High School, and she is studying engineering at the University of Idaho, and she will be singing our national anthems today. And we will start off with "O Canada," Gwen Richmond.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriots love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
And now, the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well done, Gwen. And while everybody is still in the mood for it, let's give a big round of applause for those currently serving and those who have served our country, our vets. Thank you for your service and to their families. Everybody knows that if you're in the service, your family is serving at home as well. So thank you very much. And by the way, if you stop by the St. John Communities Mothers Club, they've got some stuff over there that they're selling, food vendors booth. They are raising money and donations for Honor Flight. If you're not familiar with Honor Flight, they take our nation's vets from Vietnam, the Korean War, World War II. They take them back to Washington, D.C. The Honor Flight does absolutely free of charge. Air flight, room, board, lodging, meals, and everything, and for a 3-4 day excursion of the different memorials and monuments in Washington, D.C. If you can help out with the donations and the fundraising for that, it goes to a great cause, the Honor Flight. All right, so getting back to kind of how this works out here, we talked a little bit about the rotation. We have 3 different classes of boats, the modifieds, the A400s, and the unlimited class. So the difference, modified, smaller engine. They're generally, 365 cubic inch. They can't be any larger, I believe it's than 358 cubic inches. The A400, anywhere from 359 to 411 cubic inches. And then the unlimited class, it's essentially, if you can get it in the back of a boat, you can put it in it. You're going to see they have blowers, they have turbos, they have superchargers. A lot of them are running on methanol. Some of them fuel injected, others not. It's just anything with the exception of nitro, and you can pretty much put it in the back of the boat. The A400 class is one of the international classes, and so they are definitely restricted in terms of what they can have in there. The size of the carburetors, cast iron heads, things like that. They're not allowed to have any titanium or anything like that in the engine. The modified class, a little bit more open. There's different things that they can do to those engines. They still can't have fuel injection, neither can the A400s. And so you'll see some of these modified boats, at least a couple of them, that'll put in times that are just about as fast as the A400s. The order that they will come out will be the modifieds. They will run first, followed by the A400 class, and then the unlimited class. Sprint boat racing got started in New Zealand a number of years ago. A number of guys had some jet boats, and one of them said, it'd be kind of fun if we raced these things. And so they put some buoys in a river and started racing around the buoys. And then one of them said, it would be kind of fun to dig a track, kind of like what you see out here. And that was... it's kind of a thumbnail sketch of how it got started. Of course, like all good ideas, this was fueled by one night a group of guys sitting around a campfire drinking beer. And from there it went. Started in New Zealand, it moved to Australia back in the 80s. A number of guys from Idaho were down under and doing a tour, saw a boat race, one of these sprint boat races, and went, wow, this is fun. This is very cool. So they dug a track. The very first track was in Marsing, Idaho, back in the 80s, and they raced there for a number of years, right there almost on the banks of the Snake River. And from there, we've had tracks in Oregon. We have one now in Ontario. Another track over in Port Angeles, which is a great facility. If you've not been there and haven't had a chance to see a race there, my suggestion is head over to the Olympic Peninsula and check out their race at the Extreme Sports Park. And of course here in St. John, what you see here, all of them are configured differently. It's a different style of track, different courses, different islands, different setup. Each one of them completely different. The one in Port Angeles is set up kind of like a bowl. So you're sitting up looking down on the bowl. This, of course, we have the terraces here on the lake. And a great time. So we are going to get started. We'll give you kind of more along the way. This is boat 03A. Scarlett Taylor in her first race. She is the driver. Selden Glebe, the boat owner. It is full tilt, and she gets the green flag, and they are off. We have spotters that are on top of the announcer booth that are watching to make sure that they take the proper course and rotation. This is kind of interesting in the way this is set up, that one island that she just went around. They'll be going around that twice. And that area can be kind of a problem child for some racers. There's a couple of tricky spots here, and we'll get to them. Around the track is what they call the hot lap, which is what she's in the middle of right now. She'll go down there and come down that back straightaway in front of the beer garden. And she gets the DNF. She was supposed to go straight and then take a left down by the spin-out pool. So she picks up the first DNF of the day. Did not finish. And that will bring us to boat 145. The boat is Poor Decisions. Jason Perkins and Kyle Bells will be coming up. Jason's been working in construction a number of years. He's out of Cheney, Washington. This is his second race ever. Kyle Bells, 18. He's still in school. This is his very first race as a navigator. So you got two people in the boat. Obviously the driver. Then you have what's known as the navigator. And the navigator responsible for a number of things. One of the first things that they do or will be doing, and if you watch the boats, you will be able to see it. They'll be giving hand signals to the driver where they're supposed to turn, whether they're supposed to go straight. They are also in charge of watching the dials and the gauges in there, in particular the heat, the oil pressure, and things like that. So if they see that they're losing oil pressure, they will signal to the driver, we need to cut the engine. So boat 145. This is Poor Decisions, Jason Perkins and Kyle Bell. Well, one thing he's learned as a first-year racer is to make sure that you've got your foot down on the throttle going into those corners. All the steering for these boats goes through the jet in the back of the boat. If there's no water going through the jet, you have no steering. As he punches it in the corner. So this area is coming to right here. Can be, see how it comes in wide? That can hang a lot of boats up. In a lot of years we've seen that. That little area right there too can be kind of tricky where they'll come in wide and get hung up on an island. And he gets the clean run. So our first good run of the day. We'll wait to see what the official time is. 67.08. So a 67.08. Our first clean run of the day with Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg on the way. For Purcell Racing, boat 154A. Jeff's been doing this for about 3 years. He's a parts manager for one of the big chains. 60 years young. James is 32. James is an engineer. He's out of Edmonds, Washington. we'll get into the hot lap. And that is a good run. .01 for driver Jeff Purcell. Boat 208, our first of the Jolly Rogers. Team Jolly Rogers actually running in all of the classes today in different boats. They have 4 boats that will be running today. TJ's been driving for a number of years. He's won or placed a number of different times. He'd been watching boat racing for a number of years and then decided that he needed to get into it. This is boat 208. Clean run. .61. By the way, you can keep track of that on your program. If you got a pen and you kind of want to follow along there, you can jot the times down. We'll always announce them. Sometimes there are discrepancies between what you see on the timing sign over there and what we have from the official timers booth, mainly because, well, you're dealing with water and electronics. So we always wait for the official timer to call out a time before we call the time official. We'll have 4 what we call qualifying runs. 4 qualifying runs. So 4 times they'll come out here. And we have the qualifying runs, then we have what's called the 8 cut. That is the fastest 8 boats in the class, followed by the 4 cut. 4 boats left from the 8 cut, so the 4 fastest from the 8 cut, and then that will be winnowed down to our finals. And monkey business on the way. Mark Toombs and Amy Hensley in both 50 years in aerospace, working for NASA and also Boeing. He's been racing for about 3 years. Oh, he hung on to it. Normally he doesn't come out aggressive to start the race, and he is in this one. Oh. And he's got kind of a rough ride going today. And believe it or not, that was a clean run. 7.3.62. He got the clean run. Give it up for him. He hung on to it. It may be clean, but it was ugly. That'll bring us to boat 666. Jeremy Sousa, Jessica Law, and away she goes. He's a roofer. His navigator is what she calls a super mom. Not just a mom, a super mom. So, to get into the 8 cut, I wanted to say it is based on the fastest time for each boat through the qualifiers. So if somebody has an absolutely killer run, that killer run is what they're going to look at to decide who gets into the 8 cut. As we get a little further into it, we'll describe it. Second year of racing for Jeremy. So this corner coming up is going to be the one, I think, that decides the race. Right there. You notice how a couple of the drivers have gone... Oh, and he stalled out. A couple of the racers going through that corner, you'll notice how they come through. Some of it come through tight to that inside island. Others kind of towards the outside. As we get through the day and the times get a little bit faster, the boats start getting more aggressive, the drivers start getting more aggressive, you're going to see that particular area over there become crucial. And it's all about, through that corner, picking out the line that you can handle the best and your boat handles the best. A lot of these boats, you'll notice out there, they just turn on an absolute dime. He's hung up on the side, it looks like. He can continue going as long as nobody touches the boat, because he's going in the right direction. You'll see the driver and the navigator trying to rock that boat off the side of the island. And once they get touched by the safety crew, it would be a DNF. And they're still waiting. He's waved them off. I don't think he's going to do it. We could actually see our very first boat get a time in excess of an hour at this rate. Okay. It was an effort in futility. So he gets the DNF and the hang-up. And golf carters. We need a golf cart shuttle up to the camping area. So if you're one of the Slough crewers with a golf cart, you could head over to the Souvenir booth. They need somebody up there. So he's having all sorts of problems over there. Jeremy, everybody's staring at you. Not to feel self-conscious, but they're looking at you. Beer garden, are you doing okay over there? Non-beer garden people, are you doing okay so far? All right. Occasionally we will do status checks. It's supposed to be a nice day today, a little bit of a breeze. Temperature, 75, 78 degrees, nothing up to 80. It's going to be definitely a pleasant day for a late August race here in St. John. Love the fact that the St. John community comes together to put this on every year. Of course, Matt and Amanda Webb here at Webb Slough. A lot of people, like I said, make this happen, including some of our sponsors like American On-Site Services. We want to thank them for their hard work. Also, D&J Farm Supply. They're a proud sponsor here, the largest independent dealer in the Northwest of CAMSO agricultural tracks. We got lots of farm needs, mid-rollers, spindles, hubs, jumbo arrows, and CAMSO tracks, of course, which exceed the competition. If you need new or used tracks, contact D&J Farm Supply, locally owned by Don and Annie Swanwick. Belton Auto Sales, also in St. Mary's, Idaho. They'll help you find your next quality vehicle at a fair price. Visit beltonsautosales.com or call 877-BELTONS. As they like to say, the money you save will be your own. I'll be supporting things here at Webb Slough. Also a brand new sponsor out here, and that is your Northwest Ford stores, where they remind you the Ford F-150 is purpose-built from the ground up, designed to be tough and productive, just like you. And that's what happens when you merge premium-grade muscle with finely tuned intelligence and design. The F-150 is a beast with brains. It's the Ford F-Series, relentlessly tough, high-strength, military-grade aluminum alloy body and torture-tested high-strength steel frame with new tech to help you work out smart and hard. Work hard, play hard with a Ford. Find a Ford today at your local Northwest Ford dealer. Coming up in the unlimited class in the Superboat, you are going to see the only Ford-powered superboat in the world. Robert Cox will be out here. We'll talk a little bit about that boat. Had a chance to look at it last night, and it is a beast. We saw him out here in the first race. He's just kind of built that boat over the winter and still fine-tuning and teching it, and it is something. And when he gets that thing dialed in, it is going to be a monster. Hopefully, it'll be dialed in today. All right, so finally, we get 666 off the track. Boat 23, Dangerous Curves, Clint O'Keefe and Mike Thomas. In boat 23 will be the next one out. By the way, happy birthday to Carrie Carrot. Carrie Carrot, give it up for Carrie. Spending her birthday here at Webb Slough. Actually, it's Carl. All right, it's not Carrie, it's Carl. And Carl is a he, not a she. Although today maybe he wants to identify as a she. I don't know. Oh, judging by the hand sign, he does not identify as a gal today. Also, a happy birthday to Alyssa Lopez. Webb Slough also likes to thank the volunteer Slough crew. I mean, we have out here for safety the Rosalia ambulance crew, the Colfax ambulance crew, the Steptoe ambulance crew, even the Whitman County Sheriff's Department, along with Washington State Patrol and the St. John Colfax Fire Departments. This is a big volunteer effort, so give it up for our volunteers. They make this happen. Dangerous Curves, Clint O'Keefe behind the wheel. nice smooth run. That was a nice smooth run. Well done for Clint O'Keefe. .57.94, fastest run in the modifieds today. That was just nice and clean. Good lines all the way through. Definitely dialed in for his first run. Clint O'Keefe in Dangerous Curves. This is his first year racing. He's out of St. John here locally. As is Mike Thomas, his navigator. He owns the auto body shop down there. By the way, that's one thing I love about St. John. And here in St. John, the auto body shop, they also doubles as the liquor store. Boat 29, hammer time. Dennis Hughes in the driver's seat. Daughter Samantha, the navigator. Dennis, of course, down here has been doing it for a long time, racing in the superboat usually. Rick Phillips owns the boat. And Dennis is going to put down a hot run here. This is Dennis's favorite track. He's won here many times, not only in the modifieds, but also in the superboats. Oh man, he's just chewing it up. Wow. Yeah. Clean run. Obviously. 48.55. A full 9 seconds faster than our best, which was the boat just before boat 23, Dangerous Curves. So Dennis Hughes throwing the hammer down in his first run. Coming up, boat 199, Sammy Steele and Pat Graham and Guano Loco. She's been racing for a couple of years. Definitely improving as a driver. Her father, Larry, usually navigating for her. He ended up with a back injury on the job, and the doctor said, no, you're not sitting in a boat. So Pat Graham, their head mechanic for the Guano Loco team, sitting in the navigator's seat as Sammy heads up to the starting line. She's made it to the 8 cut a couple of times. Definitely an up-and-comer. And usually her first run, she just kind of takes it easy around just to get the rotation down. She's not going to come out hard. It's just a matter of trying to memorize the course. This particular rotation is a driver's rotation, in as much as it's pretty complicated. Got a little bit around the outside, but most of it is in the inside of the course. And she's just kind of slow pedaling it on this one. Here's a couple of twists and turns in this particular rotation that are going to be particularly difficult for drivers that haven't done it for a number of years. This course, really, because of how narrow and short it is, narrow channels, shorter course, much tighter, you pretty much, with a couple of exceptions, have to stay in the middle of the channel. And when you start picking up speed and hitting some of these harder corners here through the chicanes, gets a little bit dicey, particularly for newer drivers. Generally takes a driver a few years to get the hang of this particular track. Whereas in Port Angeles, a lot wider in areas. So different track configuration. All of the tracks are configured differently. Different amount of islands. Some are very wide, others narrower and tight. Channels here about 15 feet wide, and the water's about 2.5 to 3 feet deep. Clean run. Okay, that was a time of 1:12.96. Full tilt with Scarlett Taylor. I guess Selden Glebe was the first one out in boat 03 as the driver. Scarlett now is driving with Eric Pittering as her navigator in boat 03B. As they get warmed up. By the way, something to keep in mind, if you start having a medical issue, I don't know, you get stung by a bee, you get overheated, you get dehydrated, you accidentally smack yourself in the head with a wrench. We do have a first aid booth that's over there in Vendor Row, where you can head over there, and they will help you out. Okay, that was a wreck in slow motion. The kidder pushed into the water. And so a quick sprint by the safety crew. Our safety crew really experienced a lot of these guys and gals are first responders. A number of them working for the fire department. Others are EMTs. So really experienced group of safety crew members there. Safety crew not only there for manpower to push the boats back in the water, but also to make sure that the drivers are safe. If you were here for the last race, you probably remember the boat that caught fire. Anybody remember that wreck? Yeah, it was the safety crew first right there on the scene. They were first on the scene to get that fire put out. You've taken a look at Jeff Halstead Photography. Jeff is our official photographer here. Some really spectacular pictures of that particular blaze. But the safety crew, man, they're just about ready for anything. And a lot of hustle out there. So big thank you to our safety crew as they keep things going and keep people safe and spend time in the water along with the fishies and frogs. All right, she'll bring it out with a DNF. And that'll bring us to boat 154B, which will be James Goldberg, who navigated last time. He will be in the driver's seat with Jeff Purcell, who was driving last time, who will be navigating for him. And then that'll be followed up, and the last boat in the modifieds, boat 86, with the husband-wife team of Jason and Samantha Christ. Once we get out of the modified class, we get into the the A400 class. One of the things that's pretty cool about the 400 class, because their engine design is so highly restricted by the international rules, you'll see a lot of parity in times, particularly as the day progresses. All right, so this will be Purcell Racing out next. James Goldberg in the driver's seat, Jeff Purcell navigating. He's originally a motocross guy. That boat hooks up nice. Coming through that corner there, man, that was a sharp turn that he made. He overshot a little bit. And it hooked right up. All right, let's see how it goes through here. Nice. That's a solid run. And a clean run for 154B. 55.53 is the time. 55.53 for boat 154B. So second fastest in the class so far in this first qualifier. You'll see these times get faster as they get a little more acquainted with the course, and as the day progresses, you'll see those shaving quite a bit of seconds and tenths of seconds off of those times. Happy birthday to one of our island hoppers. Levi Lathrop is 21 today. Way to go. Congratulations, you made it to 21, Levi. All right, Juggernaut. Jason and Samantha Chris coming up from Burley, Idaho. Long drive for them. He was actually happy to see this kind of complicated rotation today, because he said not necessarily the fastest boat with the most horsepower is going to win. It's going to be a driver's course, which it is. He had a third here at Webb Slough last year. Wasn't able to make it to the first race. Good run. And it's good. $53.97, so the second fastest run in the class today. Well done for Jason Christ and Samantha Christ. Husband and wife team coming up from Burley, Idaho. He's a lieutenant, actually, at the Burley Fire Department. All right, so coming up the 400 class, and to start things off, this boat, boat 22, the Punisher, has been really one of the fastest boats in the class for the last, I don't know, 3 years, 4 years. Of course, we didn't have a season in 2020 because there was this bug thing, I guess it was going around. I don't know, you may have heard of it. Some thing. Anyway, Phil Miller coming down from Canada. Boat 22, the Punisher. He's out of Castlegar, Canada. And this boat just hooks up so nice. When Phil races, he has been the boat to beat. And you notice the back end of this boat, there is no drift. Wow. Looking good. Clean run. 47.10. And that is the fastest boat on the course so far today. Bill gets a lot of help from Ben Hogan and Monty Turnridge out of Albany, Oregon. Monty's racing engines located there. Monty and Ben work together at Monty's Racing Engines, and a lot of the folks that are out here running today, Monty and Ben have put their engines together for them. They do some great work. Been to their shop a number of times. I'm out of Oregon myself and had a chance to stop by and see them. Good guys, really know what they're doing. Boat 146B. Jolly Rogers, this is our all-female team of Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. Nicole spent a lot of years as a navigator for a number of different drivers, starting off with her dad, Wayne, when he used to drive. And then a longtime navigator for Team Jolly Rogers. And finally, Eric Werner, the guy that started Jolly Rogers Racing, said, "Oh, she said, yes, as a matter of fact, I do." And Santa really rough. And things smoothed out. Nicole has really come on as a driver. This is a nice run. You go, girl. Yeah. Gets the clean run. .52 for Nicole and Tina. 146B Jolly Rogers Racing with our steamin' Kiwi, Rudy Schuler and Dave Thompson. Ready to roll. Nicole's a bartender, by the way, Nicole Brown. Tina is a occupation environmental consultant. Rudy is a welder out of Spokane. And David is out of Kalispell, Montana. A 12-inch Chevy with 8 1/4-inch pump. Pumps vary boat to boat in size. Really depends on the engine and the setup. The magic really is in the pumps. Looking good. And it's good. $52.53. Rudy's been doing this for quite a while. He was the 1999 New Zealand champion and the 2000 New Zealand champion International Group A, the 400 class. Took third in 2000 in the Super Boats World Series US Open. Been a while since we've had really an international race here in the U.S. where the guys and gals down in New Zealand and Australia make their way up here. If you do a little bit of Googling and checking on YouTube, you'll see some of the races from down under. They also stream those races, and their tracks, you take a look at them compared to some of the U.S. tracks, and they are long and wide. And a very rabid fan base. Livewire on the way. Von Trapp, Matthew Dennison, have been doing for a couple of years. Von starting off as crew chief for Paul Gar a number of years ago out of Sequim, Washington. Ended up with the boat, I think 2 or 3 years ago, 3. And comes in wide, hangs it up, and hooks it. And that was kind of goofy. That was just a goofy wreck. So yeah, that classifies as a DNF. And his sister Sheila, who is running their swag booth down there at Vendor Row, thought I heard the scream. So they'll push it back in. A number of the boat teams have their swag down in Vendor Row. Livewire does. Hoodies, tees, tank tops, and the like. You can go down and check those out. That kind of help keep the boats going. A number of the different racers have their stuff down there. Overkill, Jolly Rogers, and the like. Robert Cox. Boat 049 at Session. Down there in Vendor Row. Racing out here sponsored today by L&M Truck Sales. They've been in the business in Spokane since 1968. They started selling select used trucks to transportation companies, and they evolved into the farm truck market, selling literally hundreds of grain trucks to rural communities like St. John. They do custom design, construction quality equipment, truck mount cranes, farm trucks, water trucks. Water truck out here today is from L&M. They do just about everything. Also, a big thank you to Ken Paulson Plumbing, the big boys of the Palouse. One call to clear that drain. It is Ken Paulson Plumbing. Also, Webb Slough would like to thank their construction partners on the new ticket office, Steel Structures America, Palouse Concrete, Rindall Construction, and St. John Telephone Company, and Pearson Electric. When everybody was in detention in 2020, they built the new, I call it Slough Mart. So, big thank you to all of their construction partners for helping make that happen. Bad Influence, boat 156. This boat has actually been shipped across the seas and has raced down under. Like Randy, out of Cheshire, Oregon, and he always likes me to say that is not Eugene. If you've ever been to Eugene, you'll understand why. It's good. $51.70. And boat 156, Stephen Church behind the wheel. Randy Church sitting in the co-pilot seat. Stephen spent a number of years navigating for Ron DeMoe, who owned that particular boat. Actually, that was the second boat for Ron DeMoe. I love the name of this next boat. And this is his first race. Leighton Lilly is the driver. Cody Holzer is the navigator. And the boat 27, the name of the boat is Preventing Insanity. It's got a pretty much state-of-the-art Sprint Tech hull on that, made down under. And their hull designs are really good. They hook up really well. First time driving this boat and first time driving a sprint boat, and he looks really good. And he gets the clean run. We'll talk a little bit more about that boat coming up in the second qualifier. Boat 625 on the way. Mike Reardon, Josh Garvin. Boat 625. Mike spent 35 years at the Idaho Transportation Department. That's a lot of leaning on a shovel. Josh Garvin, first-year navigator. His very first race, he sank this boat. And if you've never seen a boat sink here, basically what you see are two heads and a roll bar above water. This design of hull, it looks, particularly when they're starting it out, that the back end is almost sitting underwater. This is a sightseeing tour. And over here to the right, we have the beer garden. And to our right, the spin out pool. Oh, he's definitely got the course down. Gets the clean run. And a 73.19 in terms of the time. So a minute 13. Boat number 12, Daryl Healy, bank shot. On the way. Daryl's been around for years racing. Michael Ostra is navigator. Daryl's out of Caldwell, Idaho. He's actually a trapper. He's used to race snowmobiles. He owns Gopher Broke, as in Gopher, Gopher Broke Trapping. Also, Rice Power Management, one of his sponsors, Matt Cool. He took third here last year in one of the races. Always takes him a little while to get kind of warmed up. Usually a couple of qualifiers. Likes to get the course down and kind of get the lay of the land, then start planting his foot in it. Ooh, I knew that was going to be wide. And so far, that is the parallel parking job of the day. He just came in and just a little bit too wide, and that was all she wrote. So he'll get pushed back into the water. Nice little slide there. So it took a little bit to get him pushed back in with the safety crew. What is it? All Sport is one of our sponsors here. All Sport, serving the Spokane and Coeur d'Alene area since 1984. They have street bikes, dirt bikes, ATVs, UTVs, snowmobiles, scooters, watercraft, you name it. My favorite is the fact that they have Indian motorcycles. The new Indians are so cool. If you're into motorcycles and saying to yourself, yeah, I don't think I want a Harley, go check out an Indian. These things are styling. They're available online at allsportracing.com. They got the full line of KTM street and dirt bikes as well. Spokane and Coeur d'Alene, been around since 1984. Okay, so on 146A, Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner, Tina Huff. Tina navigating for Nicole first and navigating for Eric Werner now. Eric has been racing for a long time. He was the first of the Jolly Rogers. Started off in the modifieds. He's done just about all the classes. Well, not just about. He has modified 400. As a matter of fact, This is the first time for a couple of years that Team Jolly Rogers actually has a unlimited class boat. So he's got a lot of experience, won a number of races, and experience, like every racer, his share of issues with the boats. One of the things I like about Eric is he always comes up with novel lines, hitting the corners, part and parcel for the fact that he was a flying jets off of aircraft carriers as a Navy aviator. Man, this is a nice run for Eric. He's got it dialed in. And it's good. .4933. Second fastest run in the 400 class today. So 49.33 for Eric Werner in boat 146A. And that will bring up boat 21 coming up next. So good run there. Eric, like I said, has raced a number of years. Naval aviator, currently a pilot for Alaskan Airlines. He's definitely spent a number of years doing this and building the Jolly Rogers team. 4 boats out there. Hopefully, he was talking to him earlier before the race today, was talking about, well, you know, we may have a 5th boat. So, quite the team. He used to have the Fat Buddies out of Canada would bring down 5 or 6 boats. We only have 2 Canadian boats. This time, the Canadian government, just let most of their folks out of detention, COVID jail. So it was nice to see a number of former Fat Buddy racers that showed up for this race, and a couple of Fat Buddies, Phil and also his son, Jesse Nepstad Miller. Jesse's been racing. He was for a while the youngest racer on the track, a 15-year-old racing. He is back for the first time in a number of years. He got married, has a family, starting a child ranch. He has 3 kids. So he'll be out boat number 9 after boat 21, Loco 21. And then the class, we'll wrap the class up in the 400s with Mr. Bad Wrench, Mike Hilt, and Lance Rittenhouse in boat 39. So boat 21. Next one out, bright yellow boat. I call it guano yellow. And Pat Graham, the driver. Normally it would be Larry Steele with Sammy Steele. She's in the navigator seat. And this is Pat's first try ever behind the wheel. And so, yeah, he's going to take some time, throw out a couple of trolling lines, a spinner, see if he can catch the Webb Slough lunker. And missed the corner. That was the slowest wreck in history. I thought the earlier one was the slowest. That was a little slower. It was almost like one of those half-mile-an-hour wrecks you'll see in a parking lot. What happened? Oh, I backed into the island. So they'll get him spun around. So if you're looking for some eats, make sure that you head down to Bender Row down there. We got Twin Calves Ranch down there with all sorts of good stuff. I like the got beef jerky and beef sticks, bottled water. They also sell some fresh meat down there. They're on Bender Row. Beef sticks are good. Jalapeno, pepper jack, awesome. Yeah, liked it. Also have Beans Mobile Espresso down there if you're looking for a pick-me-up. Got the Christian Life Assembly Church in St. John. They've got the shuttle bus that had been going down there. Also Nordic Smoked Barbecue if you're looking for brisket or pork or something like that. Island-style food truck with authentic island cuisine like Filipino barbecue pork skewers and the like. St. John's Swim Team's going to be doing breakfast tomorrow morning from 7 to 10. If you're looking for pancake, sausage, bacon, you'll find them down on Bender Row as well. Tomorrow morning, 7 to 10, lots of breakfast. Waffle Wagon and Kettle down there with all sorts of different ice cream, kettle corn and the like. And, of course, ice-cold Coors in the beer garden. Beer garden, you guys in the beer garden okay? Yeah, I was kind of limp, guys. Are you okay over in the beer garden? There we go. That's more like it. I was telling you that down on Bender Row, you can get all sorts of gear, branded gear from the different racers, different drivers, different boat teams. Overkill is down there. We'll be seeing Overkill coming up in a little bit. Jolly Rogers is out there as well. Livewire Team Racing, they've got their stuff. Flirt with Dirt, the Off-Road Vixens are here. If you've not dropped by their booth, do that. Also, if you want to get some bat-ass gear, the Guano Loco team has their booth down there with great yellow swag from boats 21 and 199. The Dangerous Curves t-shirt booth also in Bender Row. Congratulations to Corey and Nancy Hayes. 43rd anniversary today. Way to go. I had a chance to ask him, so, what's the secret to your success, 43 years? And he goes, well, a lot of give and take. You give a lot of love and you take a lot of crap. So that's a good way to look at it. As someone who is married, it's like, oh, yeah, I understand this. I relate to this. I get it. So, Jesse Nepstad Miller and Kaylin Miller, his wife. Husband and wife team. Canada. This is his first race in a long time. Jesse's dad, Phil. We saw him out here first in the A400 class. We can call Jesse Fat Buddy Jr. Fat Buddies in the orange and black motif. Nicely done. Jesse definitely has not lost his chops. Wow. He's screaming. .27 for Jesse Nepstad Miller and wife Kaylin. So, looking good. And we'll And the first qualifier for the 400 class, the A400s, with Mike Hill, Larry Rittenhouse, Mr. Bad Wrench. All right, so boat 39, Mr. Bad Wrench is a scratch. So that brings us to the unlimited class. Old Buzzard, boat 711. Lee Rice, the driver. Michelle Heindel, his navigator. Comes out wide. Lee Rice, by the way, the driver of that boat, which is now kind of half parked, half moored there on the island, is 76 years old. 76, and he's driving a sprint boat. I want to be that cool at 76. So just came out, hung it wide, hooked it, and so he gets the DNF. But yeah, I want to be that cool at 76. He's spent years in aviation and also in trucking, and has been probably racing longer than just about anybody in the U.S. His navigator is 24, Michelle. She works in healthcare. He's out of Caldwell. She's out of Boise, which is pretty much like being neighbors. The boat used to be called Screaming Eagle. Now it's just Grumpy Old Buzzard. Because that's kind of like Lee. He's not too grumpy, but he can be. He's earned it. Although he's not one of those older guys that just wanders through the store doing the free associative cursing. He doesn't do that. He's not that grumpy. I think sometimes old people just, I mean, when they get to a certain age, think, yeah, okay, I'm entitled to just walk through the grocery store and curse. He doesn't. Although he does mutter. Okay, they're trying to get him twisted around. I don't know if he's dealing with, just can't get it started, which could be the case. So one of the things, yeah, they're going to tow him out. Oh, look, everybody, it's Tow Boy. Give it up for Tow Boy. Captain Skidoo. Well, one of the things, you know, everybody is trying to do everything they can to make these boats as light as possible. And so a lot of times they've just got little teeny, the smallest battery they can possibly put in one of these boats to turn it over. And you maybe only get one or two starts out of one of those batteries. You'll see when they're down in the pits after their run, they'll have those batteries on a charger. So the smallest battery possible, and you normally, they get maybe 2-3 starts out of that battery, and that's pretty common. So he did. He got 2 starts out of it, and that was it. So Captain Skidoo gives him the tow. in the micro tug. All right, so we get Lee out, the grumpy old buzzard, and Robert Cox and Allie Krupp, boat 49 of the session. This thing is the only Ford-powered boat in the world that we have been able to find. Last race here, he had one good run that he was on it. But they've had these unlimited class boats in particular, you start getting into, the electronics of the fuel injection, of the superchargers, of all of that, and it can be really complicated. These really are the most complicated power plants of the sprint boats because there are no restrictions. You do what you want. Turbochargers and the like. And this thing could be a rocket. Oh, you can hear those turbochargers when he gets in it. Dang, that thing goes! And hooks up real nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Clean run. .48. Fastest run on the course today. Yeah. Getting that thing dialed in. That looked good. I've watched Robert race for a number of years. That boat's going to get faster as the day goes on. That was just his first run. You get into Q4, 8 cut, he's going to be flying. All right, so this is our first time of seeing Dustin Springer and Don Davis in boat 556. This is a super boat. They just got the thing put together. Dustin was in the modifieds before. He does not know the meaning of slow, and I'll be curious to see how this goes. They literally just got this thing put together. We're still working on the engine last night. Surprisingly quiet, except for that. All right, and he gets the DNF. He knows it. He'll bring it out. I don't know. First impressions, the very smooth in the hookup in those corners. A lot that goes into getting these boats set up to be, if you will, waterworthy. A lot of different things go into it. Like, for instance, even the placement of the engine as far as the balance of the boat. The pump. Those kind of things. On the bottom of it, they also have chines that are on the bottom of it that kind of like these little thin things that are underneath there to when they're going around the corners that keep them from sliding, and how deep those things should be. There's so many different things to get them set up, but it looked like the boat setup, the whole setup, looked pretty good. Not much slide. Really well. All right, Overkill, Dennis Hughes, Samantha Hughes, boat 69. The guy to beat in the unlimited class won this class, owns it here in Webb Slough. Dennis and his daughter. It's good. Waiting for the time. .86 fastest boat on the course today. So it'll be interesting to kind of watch the matchup, in particular between boat 49 and 69. And our last boat out in the unlimited class. Last time, if you were here at June's race, the last time you saw this boat out here, it was on fire. And that is boat 411. And when I say fire, I mean like serious fire. Dean Lautenschlager, the driver. Jack Bringman, the navigator. Boat 411. And that will round out our first qualifier. Dean has been driving for a number of years, about 26, and he's kind of like the driver for hire. People decide they're going to build one of these unlimited class boats, and they just kind of go to Dean and say, would you like to drive my boat? And I don't think Dean ever said no. It's a 460 cubic inch all aluminum twin turbo, and you can hear those turbos whistle. Nicely done through the corner. That's a DNF. Went wide on that corner. Was supposed to take that first right and missed the channel entirely. So he'll get the DNF. And that rounds out our first qualifier. Three more qualifiers to go. So fastest boats in the class. In the unlimited class, Overkill, which we just saw just a couple of minutes ago with Dennis Hughes and Samantha Hughes, boat 49. In the 400 class, of course, it's Phil Miller and Amy Thompson in boat 22. And in the modifieds, fastest boat in the class would be boat 29, Dennis and Samantha Hughes. So Dennis running the fastest times in the modified and also in the unlimited class. So first boat here on the modified, second qualifier, Sheldon Glebe is going to be driving. Boat 03A, Had a DNF in the first run. Scarlett Taylor navigating her a little bit later. And Selden's first run was a DNF. If a driver were to DNF in all 4 qualifiers, obviously disqualified from making it into the 8 cut. So they have to get a clean run to qualify. So suck some mud up. And he put it up on the bank in the spin out pool. Well, I guess if you're going to wreck somewhere, that'd be the place to do it. So he gets an official time of 77.28. So on the bottom of the boat, you've got intake. And it is the jet soaking up water, sucking up water, and pushing it out the back. And so there is a grate, rectangular shaped grate on the bottom of the boat towards the back. And it looks like a cheese grater. And you have to have it that way so it doesn't suck up rocks or anything else that happens to be in the water. It keeps that filtered out, because you don't have that on there. You could really badly hurt your pump. But that grate will get clogged with dirt, grass, whatever's grown in the water, and it will suck it up and clog it. And that's what happened to him there. He hit the bank, sucked up a bunch of sod, and he wasn't going fast enough for it to just suck it all the way through and blow it out the back. So poor decision, boat 145, Jason Perkins and Kyle Bells. They had a 67.08 in their first go-around. Looking to see what they can shave off this go-around as they go through the donut. All right, gets into the hot lap here around the outside of the track. And coming into this corner. So he hangs it tight on that particular corner. You'll see other guys that kind of go wide on it. And he's out. So as the speeds get faster, we're probably going to see that happen a number of times right where he wrecked. Kind of the first one today to do that, to actually bank it. And he did. So there's some of these where you just can't come in either too tight or too wide. And he did a little bit of both. And so the safety crew will go out there and rescue him. By the way, we have a couple, I found out earlier, that are the longest distance traveling folks from England. A father and daughter from London. They were locked down, my understanding as the story was told to me, they were locked down like everybody else was locked down. And the father-daughter made kind of this agreement that when they were out of lockdown, they were going to do an American racing tour. All sorts of motorcycle racing, car racings, everything, and they are here today. I wish I could remember their name, but give it up for them. Our longest traveled couple from London, father-daughter team here in St. John. Thank you for coming out here to Webb Slough. Try to find out a little bit more about that later. That story was told to me earlier today by one of the drivers and was like, now that is just too cool. Particularly a father and a daughter going to races. Awesome. One 4A Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Jeff in the driver's seat. Wow, that was a slow start. And he may wave this off. So one of the things that you can do is you can wave off a run, which is what he did. So he'll make his way around. Okay, so anyway, you can wave off a run. A lot of times the reason for that is a clogged grate. And that looks like maybe he's having a mechanical issue. A lot of times if it's clogged, they're not going to go back to the trailer. So he may have a mechanical issue that he just decided that he didn't want to. And take that problem. Looking over there, yeah, they're not getting under the grate looking for an issue. So boat 208 Jolly Rogers on the way. And that is our TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. TJ having a pretty solid run. Nicely done. Smooth throughout. And it's good. So he gets the clean run. .5590. His first run was a 62.61. So he got things picked up there. Had the 62.61 in the first go, just getting used to the course. And obviously that occurred. So good run. That puts him in one of the fastest times running today. Monkey Business, Mark Toombs, Amy Hensley, and boat 50 will be out. Okay, 154A, Purcell Racing. They're going to come out again. So they waved it off. Evidently, whatever the problem was, they were able to get that squared away. So they will try it again. By the way, we do have a live stream on Facebook and YouTube. You want to check out the race afterwards. If there's a particular run or something you want to see, you will be able to see it there. Jeff Purcell having a real nice run. And, of course, announcer jinx, as soon as I say that, eclipse an island and sucks up a bunch of sod. Yes. 57.59, so he shaves off 2.5 seconds from his last run. Announcer jinx, bad announcer, evil announcer. Slap the announcer, slap him. With boat 50 on the way. 73.62, Mark Toombs, Amy Hensley's last run in boat 50. He'll be followed by boat 666. Jeremy Sousa, Jessica Law, and then boat 23, Dangerous Curves, Clint O'Keefe and Mike Thomas. Really wide. Scraping the island. I'm going to blame part of that on the boat. This thing, as you watch it, it drifts. Not just in the back end, but even side to side. The whole boat just slides. And that's part of the setup, and just that is a really old hull on it. You might even call this thing kind of the starter package, and that's, you know, you start doing this and you buy an old hull and somebody's older pump and he gets the DNF. So part of the problems isn't necessarily the driver, it literally is with the boat itself. The way that it just slides all over the place. As I mentioned earlier, you know, setup on these things really does take a long time. You got to have the right pump for the right engine. Then there have been drivers literally to get these boats balanced right so they'll handle, will move the engine a half an inch forward or a half an inch back. Very common for that to happen. You just have to get everything right. The chine's on the bottom of it, the skag's on the bottom of it, and just to get everything dialed in. And then the right size pump. Most of these guys come out here, they have different size nozzles for these depending on, you know, the viscosity of the water. Some places where the water is really, really muddy, and I mean, it's almost like sludge. And so the impellers, which are the things that are like propellers inside the jet, they'll change impellers. They'll change the size of the nozzle from a 7.5 to an 8 inch, or an 8 inch to an 8 1/4. So a lot goes in to get them dialed in. This is boat 666. Jeremy Sousa, Jessica Law. They had kind of a goofy run their first time out. Let's see how he handles this. He came in wide. Others are going to come in wide. Someone tight on that corner. Let's see how he handles here, because you can hang it up like he just did. So if he were able to rock it back in the water, and he killed the engine, so that's a DNF. 2 DNFs in a row, both on side-swiping banks. Those 2 corners, and if you've got your program sitting in front of you, that turn where it came out of 5 and went into 11, that corner there is going to get, and has gotten, a few boats today. And the other is where they're coming down that fast outside loop on that hot lap. They go into 8, and you almost have to, you have to set that entire sequence from 7 to 8 into 13. You have to set that whole turn up when you're coming out of 7. There's 2 turns there. And so they're coming out, he came out wide, you come out wide into 8, and then you're going to have to hook it into 13. Others come in tight from 7 into 8, and then wide going into 13, and it's just how you want to do it. Those 2 corners in particular, those corners there, and where Jeremy just biffed it, are going to be the corners to watch today, how the drivers set up going into that corner. And a lot of times you have to set up 2 corners ahead to get it right to go through there. So, and that's what makes this course really challenging, because it is narrow and tighter, and where he just ate it, that is a really sharp corner if you look at it. So you come in too wide on that, and you're going to end up on that island where he just planted it. So the DNF for boat 666 and driver Jeremy Sousa and navigator Jessica Law. Dangerous Curves, boat 23 had a 57.94 in the first qualifier. See how much time they can shave off in this run, assuming they keep it in the water, which is the main hope. This is the hometown team from St. John. Clint and Mike, this is their first year. St. John Auto Body and Custom, one of the sponsors for their boats. Heritage Hardware, the other, along with St. John Hardware and Implement and Jones Truck and Implement. He took a 3rd place here in his very first race, which was back in June on Father's Day weekend. Not bad for the noob. The hot lap. And we'll see how he sets up for this corner. Pretty much center channel. And now the other tight corner. A little wide and scrapes the island. Clogs the pump. And he'll start feathering that engine, trying to blow the stuff through. See whether he can do it or not. So came in wide, scraped the bank, sucked up the sod, and now he's at impulse speed, as they say in Star Trek. So he'll pedal it out, but he gets the clean run. That was a clean run. The dirtiest clean run, but a clean run. And he gets a time of 118 seconds. .20. Almost a 2-minute run. Can somebody break that record? Will we get our first 2-minute run today? More than doubling his previous time of 57.94. It happens. Welcome to racing. Boat 29 will be the next boat out. Hammer time with Dennis Hughes and Samantha Hughes. For those of you that have been here to Webb Slough a lot, about, I think it was 2019, you saw this boat on top of a Jeep. This is the boat that launched off the trailer onto the top of the Jeep. The infamous Hammer Time boat. Different driver. Rick Phillips, the owner of the boat, he was the driver at the time. Dennis Hughes getting the seat time in it today. Put down the fastest times in the modifiers in the Q1. Let's see if he's able to shave some time off in the Q2. That right there was one of the few times you actually heard him just back off on the throttle. For the most part, he's planted it. And here. And he's on his way out. It's good. Clean run. 48.48. Shaves off about 1/10 of a second, so that's the fastest time in the class today. 48.48. I'm curious how much more time he can shave off. Pretty much just hammers down the entire time, laying off a little bit in a couple of spots as he's setting up for the corners, punching it through the corners. And he may be actually running that boat to its full capacity. 199 Guano Loco, Sammy Steele, and Pat Graham. She had a 112.96 in her first go around. We'll see how much further she gets into the throttle this go around. I would have to say this is probably one of the more complicated rotations here at Webb Slough that we've seen in quite a while. A lot of it through the center of the course is around, as opposed to around the outside. Unfortunate that her dad couldn't make it today, who navigates for her, and she navigates for him in the 400 class. Father-daughter team. Looks like this is gonna be a bit faster than her previous. See how she sets up here, pretty much center channel. And yep, she keeps it in. Kind of hung up a little bit. One of the things to kind of keep in mind, we'll talk a little bit about this, is that these channels change throughout the day. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So she got it done. And way faster than her previous with an 86.97. When I say the channels change, as these boats go through, they will scour these islands. And so underneath the water where you can't see it, it will change. Some areas will build up, some will be scoured away, allowing for some of the corners to get a little bit tighter if the drivers know where that's at. And in other ways, you're going to have to come wider through. And so things change throughout the day, as well as the water itself, as they keep churning this stuff up. And later in the day, when the water starts really getting churned up, they'll make adjustments to the nozzles, make adjustments to the impellers, and full tilt on the way. This is Scarlett Taylor driving her first race ever, with Eric Petring in the co-pilot seat, boat 03B. Anytime you hear an A and B, that means it's the same boat that is being tag teamed with a different driver. And this is one of those. So 03A, 03B. Two different drivers, sometimes same navigator, other times different. This time, different navigator. As see if she gets a little further into the throttle now that you've got kind of the straight stretches around the outside of the course a little bit. You know, this, in some ways, sprint boat racing is kind of like riding a motorcycle your first time, where you have to learn how to trust the boat and what the boat will do and how it'll handle and what the inputs are for it. And it's the same way if you're a beginning motorcycle rider. You have to learn how to trust the bike to do what you want it to do. And she gets it done. So her first clean run ever. 83.97. So her first official clean run ever sprint boat racing. Yeah, give it up for her. A couple of people yelling out there. That's an accomplishment. That'll bring up Purcell Racing again, 154B. With Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg switching seats. James in the driver's seat. Had a 55.53 in his first go. Jeff, who owns the boat, had a 57.59 in his last run, a 60.01 in his first, and James going a little faster. We'll see what he's able to do. This is, by the way, James' first year racing as a driver and a navigator. This would be his third race, I think. Definitely has a knack for it. See how he sets up. One of those guys that comes out wide and then tight through that corner. Ooh! Almost sunk it. Keeps it above water, which is good. So he picks up a DNF. Try to get it started, get it off. So he picks up the DNF for this particular run. By the way, we want to thank Peters and Keats Equipment, your local family-owned heavy equipment, truck, trailer, rental, and sales company. They are a brand new sponsor here at Webb Slough, providing the water truck for dusty control in the camping areas this weekend. Go see the folks at Peters and Keats Equipment. Also, a big thank you to St. John Telephone Company for providing the high-speed internet for the streaming here at Webb Slough. Not only for our streaming, but also for the ticket offices and also on Bender Row. By the way, pick up some Webb Slough Brew, specially brewed by Paradise Creek Brewery. The barley in the Slough Brew, actually grown here on the other side of the hill. It's an American lager, brewed down the road in Pullman, Washington at Paradise Creek Brewery. They're over there in the beer gardens. Also visit Paradise Creek's Brewery, downtown restaurant, and Trailside Tap Room in Pullman, Washington. And I will say the Slough Brew has my official vote of approval. Tasty microbrew. Also a big thank you to Wilbur Ellis, supporting Webb Slough and the St. John community. They are provider of premier agricultural products and services, local experts. They've been around for over 98 years, and they'll put your needs first. Reach out to your local branch today, Wilbur Ellis, with ideas to grow with. And if you're looking for something fun to do in Pullman, Washington, check out Zeppo's Bowling and Mr. Z's Casino. Great place for family fun. And this is Juggernaut, Jathan and Samantha Christ. They had a 53.97 in their first go-around. Little cavitation, hangs it up, scrapes an island, scrapes two. And it looks like he's going to wait for the safety crew to get him back on the channel, so that will be a DNF. So, cavitation. So, you want to keep nothing but water running through that pump. And cavitation is where the pump is sucking up air along with the water. So what you'll hear the boat do, you can see it and you can hear it. You'll hear it rev real high but slow down, and you'll see the back end kind of sink. That is cavitation. So part of that depends on the setup. It also depends, sometimes these guys and gals will catch their own wake. You get water that will be bouncing between islands. It'll go back and forth. And that can cause the boat to lift, and when it does, it sucks up air, and then you get cavitation, so air and water. You had a whole bunch of different things going on there. Had cavitation, they also sucked up a chunk of the bank. And you lose, with cavitation, you lose power. When you lose power, you lose steering, and that's going to throw everything off. So just a little bit of everything kind of happening there that ended up with him tanking it on the island as they try to get him started out there in the pool. By the way, we are streaming today. You can pick it up on Facebook and YouTube. You can also watch replays when you get done. If there's a particular run that you want to look at again, you'll be able to go there and find it on Facebook. Of course, Webb Slough on Facebook and the YouTube channel as well. A little bit breezy today. That is going to be the case throughout the day. High expected about 45, or make that 78 degrees, 75 to 78 degrees. So, nice day here. We've had some days out here in August, if this is your first time here, that have been in the 90s. Also, we want to welcome the St. John High School class of 1972. Great place to have your class reunion. Thanks for coming out here. The class of 1972. This is their 50th class reunion. And you'll be able to tell those folks, they'll be the ones that are screaming at people to get off their lawns. Also, a big thank you to Marine Transport. They're helping the Slough crew recover boats off the land today. Marine Transport, not just for sprint boats, but even your oversized power boats, houseboats, all of that. They transport them. They've been hauling the largest boats in the Northwest for almost 20 years. By the way, we're going to have a party tonight. We'll tell you about it a little bit later. And we are in the 400 class right now. Phil Miller, boat 22, the Punisher. And he gets the DNF. So this has been, I don't know if he knows he got the DNF. For a second, I thought he did. That's one of the things sometimes the drivers don't realize they get the DNF. The DNF. I had a conversation with Stephen Church last night in boat 156, running in the 400 class, along with Phil Miller. And Phil has been the boat in the 400 class to beat for a number of years. And I asked Stephen Church in boat 156, Bad Influence, I was like, well, what is it going to take to beat Phil? And his comment to me was, it's going to take Phil beating himself. In other words, what we just saw, where he takes a wrong turn, potentially puts it on an island, and that just one of those runs. 146B on the way. Nicole Brown, Tina Huff, the only all-female team, rolling it out for the Jolly Roger team. She had a great run her first go around. Probably one of the better runs I've seen her drive. Had a 50 and change in her first run. Really driving with confidence. All right, see how she sets up here, kind of tight on it. And the next corner, good. Nice run. Well done, restaurant quality. Clean run and 49.29. So she shaved off a second and a third from her previous run. So she is actually, that was the second fastest run in the 400 class today, running right behind Phil Miller, whose best time was a 47.10. If Phil, for instance, were to DNF in the Q3 and the Q4, that first run would be the time that they would go by for the qualifiers, and so far would get him into the Q8 so far, assuming we don't get a bunch of other people who get times under 47.10, which is unlikely. Boat 68 now on the way. Steam and Kiwi, Rudy Schuler, Dave Thompson. In boat 68, New Zealand expatriate here in the United States for a number of years. A little bit of bounce in that corner. That's one of the things when they try to set these boats up to balance them so they don't get a bounce. It also has to do with the chines, the little runners on the bottom of it. Nice run for Rudy so far, and it is good. Clean run. $51.25. So he shaves off about a minute, or a second and a third. With live wire Von Trapp, Matthew Dennison making the long trip from the Olympic Peninsula out of Sequim, Washington, out here to Webb Slough, driving all the way across state. His home track in Port Angeles. My suggestion to you, if you've not been to Port Angeles and seen the races there, September 10th, the sprint boats will be racing there again. Different kind of experience there, different track setup, whereas we have the nice long terraces here. That track's set up like a bowl, so you're sitting up on kind of, if you will, steeper terraces surrounding the entire track, looking straight down onto the track. It's whereas this is kind of long and narrow, that one is just wider and kind of round. Lots of camping available there, and food vendors and the like. Also a really nice venue. So Livewire, Von Trapp, Matthew Dennison, Boat 2, DNF, and a little bit of an hour experience on his first go. We'll see how he does on this. If you've been a fan of sprint boat racing for a number of years, you've seen this particular boat. Paul Garr, originally the driver and owner of the boat. Paul winning a number of races in Livewire. Back when Vaughn was his crew chief. And see how he comes into this corner. Yeah, gets it done, a little cavitation there. Caught a bit of a bounce. Here's the corner. And scrapes it. It's interesting, the steering on these boats, where all the steering coming from the back, and you'll see some of the drivers, he hasn't quite gotten there yet, where they'll almost put the tip of the boat, because it's the back end where all the steering is coming from. You'll see some of these guys that'll put the tip of the boat almost on the tip of the island to kind of swing it around and through. And he just kind of came in wide on it, scraped some more bank, clogged his pump. It's still a clean run so far, if he ever gets it out. So, feather in the throttle, trying to suck that stuff up out of the grate and through. Will he do it? You can do it, Vaughn. Oh. Will we have a 2-minute run? Yeah, he clogged it good. And his navigator's telling him to go straight. His navigator's got his arm straight, on straight. And he's almost across the electronic eye. And it's a clean run. Ladies and gentlemen, our first 2-minute plus run. 1 minute 46.81 unofficially. Wow. 2 minutes and 26 seconds. This moment of ignominy brought to you by Bartec with renewable solutions with their carbon neutral processing of regional organic waste. Thought that was never going to come to an end. 146.81. Let's go back through. Let's see. Somebody had, I think, a 118. We had a 112. Yeah, 118. Dangerous curves, boat 23. So the onus is off of Clint O'Keefe, the driver of Dangerous Curves 23, because somebody was slower than a minute 18. Wow. But he got the clean run. So boat 156 was Steve and Randy Church on the way. 156 coming up from Oregon. I think there are only Oregon boat this race out of Cheshire, which is down in the south part of the Willamette Valley outside of Eugene. Cheshire, little kind of a cool little bird. Nice setup on that corner. And now here comes the DNF. So he's supposed to go around the outside, went down through the center, and picks up the DNF. With boat 27 coming up. Leighton Lilly. Interesting story about Leighton. Leighton, a motorcycle racer, had a really bad accident that left him in a wheelchair. And he moved into what they call marathon jet boat racing, which they have these, they're jet boats. They're longer than these boats are. And they race those things through rapids, rollers, like on the Salmon River and the Hoopa down in California. Anyway, he moved into sprint boat racing. His controls all on the steering wheel. They just got it set up yesterday with a new steering wheel. So throttle controlled with a, if you will, grip on the steering wheel for the throttle. First time racing the boat. And unlike some beginners that do this, he's not paddling it. Wow, first time in a sprint boat. He's looking really good. Let's see how he sets up for this corner. Kind of tight. He hangs on to it. All right, second bad corner coming up. Let's see how he sets up. Nicely done. And it's good. Clean run. He had a 56.83 in his first go. And our radio was breaking up unofficially, a 50.86. .86, shaving off almost exactly 6 seconds from his previous run. Great run for Leighton Lilly and navigator Cody Holzer. So bringing it on with Jolly Rogers, Mike Reardon, and Josh Garvin on the way. They had a 73.19. 3 Jolly Rogers boats in the 400 class. Sucks up bank and stalled out. And it's a DNF. Immediately a DNF as soon as any outside individual touches the boat while it's on the course, so he picks up the DNF. A big thank you to On-Site Services, American On-Site, for all of their work here at the Sprint Boat Races. Garco Construction has been building excellence going back into the late 70s. They're a general contractor. They do design, build, construction management services. They're always happy to bring you racing here at Webb Slough. Also, Greenboro is our official screen printer and embroider for Webb Slough. They do great custom designs with personal service for every customer. If you're looking for in-house customized screen printing or embroidery, they've got their dedicated employees doing it for you. Out in the historic Hilliard neighborhood of Spokane, check them out online at greenboro.com. That is GREENBURO.com. If you need screen printing, they will handle it. Also, Inland Pacific Hose and Fitting. Their Alaska Rubber Group Spokane branch. Inland Pacific Hose and Fittings, where the pros go for hose. That's right, it's Pro Hose. Specializing in the fabrication of custom hose assemblies all across just about every application for 37 years. They are your premier supplier for hydraulic and industrial hose and fittings, automotive custom assemblies, and industrial supplies. You can visit AlaskaRubberGroup.com or check them out at 4110 East Trent Avenue in Spokane. Inland Pacific Hose and Fitting, where the pros goes for hose. And a bank shot. Darryl Healy, like they had a DNF on their first go out of the water and looking to keep it in the water on this run. Ooh, wide. And we call it good. The clean run. .59.49. First clean run of the day for boat number 12. Bang shot. Daryl Healy, Michael Ostrom with Eric Werner and Tina Huff in 146A. Jolly Rogers on the way in at 49.33. A great run in his first go-around. Second fastest in the qualifiers in the A400 class. Again, A400, what we refer to as the international class. Lots of restrictions in terms of very narrowed engine size. Very specific specifications for the engines. Cast iron heads, carburetor can only be a certain size. No titanium inside, displacement, and a variety of other things. And that by UIM rules. By the way, this is an A38 American Power Boat Association sanctioned race here at Webb Slough. Saw this boat out here a little bit earlier with Nicole Brown as the driver and Tina Huff as the navigator. Tina navigating right now for Eric Werner. Well done. And see how he comes through the top. Nice and tight. And it's good. And he shaves off about a half a second of time from his previous run with a 48.76. Another great run for Eric Werner. At a 49.33 in his previous go, 48.76 in this. So shaving off more time. With Loco 21 on the way, the newbie first race guy, Pat Graham, in the driver's seat with Sammy Steele. She will be navigating this time. She, of course, drives the boat in a different boat in the modifieds. Normally, her dad, Larry, is the driver out this race with a back injury. DNF for Pat in his first run. Looking to get his first clean run in sprint boat racing. We'll see if Mr. Bad Wrench, boat 39, makes it out this run. He had it out of the water. Pat did in this boat on his first go around. Oh, let off the gas there. Rookie mistake, do not let off the gas in the corner. See how he does here. He's going to get the clean run. And he gets it. 89.68. 89.68. Boat 9 in the batter circle. Get a 51.27 in his previous run. Jesse Nepstad Miller being the he, Kayla Miller his wife, being the she in the navigator seat. Boat 9, 51.27 in the first go through. Part of the Fat Buddies. Fat Buddies from Canada. Long-time staples here in sprint boat racing. Started by Scott Saxton. Both Jesse and Kaylin come down from Canada. Releasing his COVID prisoners. Call it good. .13. So, one of 4 boats to bring it in under 50 in the 400 class. With a 49.13. By the way, you may notice a helicopter over there, Inland Helicopters, is providing rides around the slough. If you want to go over there, ride $60 a person. They can take up to 3 people. And if you're interested in learning to fly a helicopter, they do flight instruction as well. You can grab a business card over there, go across the little footbridge across the creek, and check it out. And this is our first time seeing Mr. Badwrench. Boat 39. Clean run. So 65.29, fairly pedestrian run, clean run. They were dealing with engine issues earlier, and it was, you could hear it kind of cutting out and then died over in the spin out pool, and they flipped the bank over there on the far end. near the channel that leads them out of the spin-out pool into the start pool where they'll put it up on the trailers. So that means we'll wait a little bit for the Unlimiteds as they kind of get the slow walk off the course. And safety crew toting the barge out. So Grumpy Old Buzzard the first out in boat 7-11 as they push Mr. Bad Wrench, which seems like an apropos name, off the course. So our Q2 for the Unlimiteds coming up. Hey, if you're heading over to the beer garden, by the way, thanks to Odom Distributing for setting up the beer booth over there. Coors Light, variety of other beers, including the Slough Brew, crafted specifically for Webb Slough. For a brew that's over there, an American-style lager, kind of halfway between a lager and like a British ale. Tasty. Not that I drink beer. But when I do, first up, a Slough Brew. You can get it over there as well. So we can hear the Grumpy Old Buzzard firing up. (711) had a DNF in the first go. Lee Rice, 78 years young in the driver's seat. One of the first American racers in sprint boat racing. We can say he's done it for decades. Where he hung it up before, clipped the island coming through that time as well. And now he sets up, misses the corner. And that is a DNF. And he realizes it and brings it out. So 2 DNFs in a row, and he parks it. They'll push him off, and our Ford-powered obsession boat with Robert Cox and Allie Krupp coming up. And this is a good time to mention that your Northwest Ford stores take no days off on the job or on the way to the lake. Your Ford F-150 takes it all on with definitive strength and capability. Power comes straight from the belly of the beast with, as they say, 6 relentless engines, including the 3.5-liter Power Boost full hybrid V6 or the 3.5-liter Eco Boost, or the 5-liter V8 engines, helping provide the best-in-class available towing and payload, respectively. And if that doesn't get your heart pumping, nothing will, except maybe the boats. Find your truck at your local Northwest Ford dealer today. So when Robert gets out here, in case you're curious as to what he's got powering that thing, it is, and I always love it when I hear this, a 454 cubic inch small block Ford. It's a beast. If you have a chance to go down there, and if you've got pit passes, a chance to go down and take a look at that boat, it's all engine and a little bit of hull and just about room enough to fit 2 people in it, and that's it. There's a lot of motor in that thing. So he has been won 3 national championships in the modified class. He's won or placed here a number of times in the modified class. Sponsored by Northwest Industrial Services, Ground Force, American Onsite, Bartech. He's a mechanical engineer, and that boat that you will be seeing that you just heard fire up, built in his garage. And it just sounds gnarly. He had a go around. Wow, a lot of bounce. I think he changed something between the last one and this. Boy, no problem in that corner. Loud. Nicely done. That boat is fast. Clean run, fastest run on the course today, if the time holds. And it does, 45.44. All right, I said fastest, not the fastest. My bad, announcer bad. 44.86 was Dennis Hughes' first run, so he still shaves over a second off of his previous run with a 45.44, which is pretty much typical for the way that Robert drives. He will get faster generally each qualifier as long as he keeps it in the water. Rarely is he out of the water. Dustin Springer, Don Davis, boat 556. They took a wrong turn and had the DNF in the first run in this brand new boat. Oh, keeps it in. He's going. And that smoke you're seeing, he told me this last night. That was a clean run, by the way. So 50.87. And he said last night, he said, if you see any smoke, it's not from the engine. It's the turbos. So that's not engine smoke, that's turbo smoke. But he was adamant about that. Yeah, if you see any smoke coming out of the engine, it isn't the engine. Like, okay. He's out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, his navigator from Ketchikan. Dawn Davis. And by the way, Dawn, she has an interesting background. She is a professional moose hunter. All right, Overkill, boat 69. Dennis Hughes, Samantha Hughes, 44.86 in their previous run. Just the way this boat sounds, I call it the hair clipper from hell. It just sounds aggressive. All those headers coming out into a single pipe, unlike a lot of the other boats. Gives it that distinctive sound. He's tearing it up. And perfect to that corner. Wow, this is going to be a quick run. It's good. Official. 44.03, fastest run on the course today. He shaves off 0.8 of a second. And that'll bring us up to the Fireball, boat 411, Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman. And this will be the final boat in the Q2, with the modifieds already starting to get lined up as we get ready to go into the Q3. Third qualifying run coming up and round. Again, we go to, after the 4 qualifiers, we go into what's referred to as the 8 cut, 8 fastest boats out of the class, making it in. They race head-to-head in the money rounds. The 4 fastest boats in the 8 cut make it to the 4 cut, and then the 3 fastest boats out of the 4 cut make it into the finals to see who will place first, second, and third. So plenty of great racing still left on the day. We'll take a lunch break after the 4th qualifier. Give the safety crew a chance to go get hydrated, grab a bite to eat. Our safety crew, the hardest working guys in the racing business. Love listening to the turbos on this thing. When he gets into the throttle, you'll hear it like right now. So those things get spooling. And it's good. Clean run. .48.80. Boat 411. 48.80. And that is the final boat of the 2nd qualifying round. 3rd qualifying round coming up with the modifieds. Modifieds have morphed over the years. It was kind of considered to be the beginner class here in the U.S. It's not an international class. And originally kind of was sort of like a box engine class, but the rules were loose enough that they could really start modifying these engines all under, 468 cubic inches. But a lot of things they can do to modify materials and the like. Displacement. Selden Glebe, boat 03A on the course right now. And a lot of the better mechanics begin to realize, you can do a lot to these engines because the rules are so loose on them. And over the years, you've seen some of these modified boats that could keep pace in the 400 class, and a few of them that could compete in the unlimited class, maybe not win it, but they could be competitive. Like, for instance, Hammer Time, putting down times in the 48-second class. Okay, waiting to see if this was a clean run and what the time was. Clean run and waiting for a time. 66.74, so he shaves off 11 seconds. Part of the delay there is because we're getting another message over the radio. 145, poor decisions. Jason Perkins and Kyle Bellis. We have a silver Dodge pickup, license plate 89180M. With a camper, you need to move your truck because you are blocking other campers. We'll repeat that in a second, but again, that is a gray/silver Dodge pickup with a camper, and you're blocking other campers. Please move your truck. License plate 89180M. Please move your camper. All right. Jason Perkins, Kyle Bellis. Poor decisions is the boat. Had a DNF in his last run. Looks like he's going to do it. And it is. $54.51, 54.51, boat 145. Again, silver Dodge pickup truck pulling a camper, license plate 89180M. Need you to move that pickup. You are blocking other campers that are trying to move. Purcell Racing. Jeff Purcell, James Goldberg. Best run for Jeff in the driver's seat of 57.59. And he's going to get it done. Looks good. Clean run. 56.09. 56.09. We have another vehicle that needs to move. It is a Toyota hybrid SUV, Idaho plates N07008U. You need to move your vehicle as well. Toyota hybrid SUV, Idaho plates N07008U. License plate. If you could go move your vehicle, please, it would be greatly appreciated by the people that would greatly appreciate it, whoever they are. And I don't know what their situation is. Just that that vehicle is where they want to be with whatever it is they want to be there with. How's that for general? Okay, we got a Jolly Rogers boat coming out. TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. Boat 208. The best run, last run, 55.90. Here in the modified. First race in a long time where we see the Jolly Rogers team represented in all of the classes. That's a solid run. See how he does in the corner here? Coming out way wide, almost clips the bank, hangs on to it, pulls it through. Now coming up on the other sharp corner at the top of the course. Nicely done. Now it's the hard charge out, and it's good. Clean run. And a good run for him. 5.3.31. Shaves off, wow, 2 1/6 seconds. 2.6 seconds off of his better run. He has improved every run so far in a big way. TJ in boat 208 had a 62 and change in his first qualifier, a 55.9 in his second, and now a 53.31 in the third. Let's see if he can shave even more off going into the Q4. So he has improved greatly every single run. Monkey Business, Mark Toombs, Amy Hensley, boat 5-0 on the way. So, need to know, are you folks having fun? Are you having a lot of fun? There we go. Good deal. Beer garden, are you representing over there? All right. Lots of great racing today. All right, Monkey Business. Boat 50. I think he's got a clogged pump. Flips the bank. And misses the corner. So DNF. Two DNFs in a row. He had a 73.62 in his first qualifier. The next boat up will be 666, who has been out of the water twice. Two DNFs in a row and out of water experiences for boat 666. Way she goes. Jeremy Souza, Jessica Law on the way. So a rough day so far for the 666 team. Again, a couple of vehicles that need to move. Okay, there is an area on top of the hill that is behind the VIP booths, behind my shipping crate announcer booth. You're up on the hill, and that's a restricted area right now, so can you please not be there? You're up on that hill, that road up there, that is restricted right now as they're developing that. Not safe, please don't be there. All right, 666. 2 DNFs in a row. Let's see if he keeps it in the water and gets his first clean run today. So far, so good. About the halfway point. The big critical point, the last one. He does it. And he's going to get his first clean run. It's good. Looks like a time of about 60.77. So his first good run of the day. And that'll bring us to boat 23. So that was official, 60.77. So boat 23, Dangerous Curves. He had a 57.9 in his first run and a 118.20 in his second. Oh, way wide. You can see lots of just mud and crud spewing out the back end. And I just heard a DNF. Is that a confirm on the DNF? All right, that was a DNF. DNF. Out next, boat 29, fastest in the class so far today with a 48.55 and a 48.48. We'll see how Dennis and Samantha Hughes do in this, the third qualifier. In the modifieds, a hammer time boat. So the boat in the class to beat so far today, barring mechanical issues, is this boat, Hammer Time. right, here comes the corner. Picture perfect. Dennis just has it dialed in. And it's good. Clean run. .48.84. All of his times have been in the 48 range. That actually the slowest time, if you want to call it that. 0.4 of a second off of his best. With Sammy Steele in the driver's seat, when Pat Graham navigating for her in boat 199, Guano Loco. So she'll be bringing it in. By the way, we do have, if you're a late arrival, we do have first aid that is available down in Vendor Row. And if you're looking to get some good swag from some of the drivers, looking for a hoodie, looking for a t-shirt, tank top, beer koozie, everybody needs a beer koozie. Come on. You can head on down to Vendor Row. We got Live Wire down there, Jolly Rogers, Obsession, boat 049. And we'll see how Sammy does this time around. Her best run was an 86.97. Let's see if she gets further into the throttle this go around. So far, not looking like it. Oh, wide hangs it up. Yeah, if she'd have been going faster there, she would have been on the island. And it will be a clean run. And she does it. .52. And that will bring us to full tilt. Scarlett Taylor and Eric Petering in boat 03B. By the way, if you want to take a helicopter ride, just go over there behind the beer garden and you'll see a little bridge that goes over the creek. Get yourself signed up. Capacity of 3 passengers, $60 a flight. You can see the racing from the air. Gives you a different view of the grounds here at Webb Slough. That aerial view. So a DNF and then an 83.97 for Scarlett. Her first race. Not sure where to go there, and she That's one thing. So the drivers get the rotation the night before. And, oh, we got a two-banger there. Yes. She got the twofer. Our first twofer of the day. So, if you want the best apple you have ever had in your life, Gee Whiz Apples has donated some fresh, ripe, juicy apples to a kids group, the youth group here in St. John, that is trying to upgrade the park here in the city. For a donation, get yourself an apple or a dozen, and they're going to get her off the bank over there where she has planted herself after taking the bank shot. So our first twofer of the day. Hopefully they'll be able to get it started. Happy birthday going out to Mackenzie King today, who is having her 17th. Happy birthday. Thanks for spending your birthday or your anniversary here at Webb Slough. I know the graduating class of 1972 from St. John is having their celebration out here today. 50 years since graduation for that auspicious group of individuals from St. John High School. And Scarlett will bring it off. $154B on the way. James Goldberg, Jeff Purcell. Clean run in the first, DNF in the second. And they'll be rounding out the class after that with boat 86, Jason Christ and Samantha Christ. Husband and wife team out of Burley, Idaho. Purcell's, well, James Goldberg and Jeff Purcell here from Washington. Next race, next year, always Father's Day weekend, the Saturday before Father's Day. Looking forward to seeing you out here then. Another great race, and it'll be interesting to see what improvements, even though it's hard to believe that this venue could be improved. They're always working to make it bigger and better here at the Slough. So boat 145B. Nice to see so far today that our out-of-water experiences have been very mild so far. Hopefully we'll stay that way. And he comes through the top corner, nicely done. And it is good. So clean run, 54.17 is fastest run on the day. And another anniversary, Travis and Jackie with Columbia Marine Center. They've been married for 8 years. Happy anniversary. All right. Last run for the modifieds in the Q3 coming up with the juggernaut. Jason and Samantha Christ. But all the way from Burley, Idaho. I think that is the boat that is from the furthest away. A number of years ago, there was a track in Burley, and Jason and Samantha went there to see a race, and were automatically hooked on it. And decided, yeah, we need to do this. All right, well, so that was ugly. And a DNF, in case you didn't know. They'll try to get it back in the water. And they get a good view of the beer garden, where right now people are saluting them from the beer garden. Give them a big beer garden salute. Well done. All right, we have a blue Jeep, California license plate 8YSU435. Your mother is calling you and telling you to move your Jeep. Mom says, move your Jeep. Go move it. It's in the way. Please move the Jeep. Or actually, Mom would say, move the Jeep, honey. Or they would be calling you by your first, middle, and last name. So again, 8YSU435, blue Jeep, California plates. Please move. And the Chris get pushed back into the water. Anyway, they saw their first race at the track that used to be in Burley 6 years ago, 7 years ago, something like that. Got hooked on it, and then it was racing for them. And they get it off the course. So that will round out our third qualifier for the modifieds, bringing up the 400 class. Love it. Somebody just came up and said, don't give up on the beer garden. Don't give up on the beer garden. It's kind of hard to give up on the beer garden. We're not giving up on you guys over in the beer garden. We are not forgetting you. No. I love this. So somebody just dropped a note. Happy 53rd birthday to Wookie. Wookie? So if you see a big hairy guy walking around, say happy birthday to him. You'll see him. He looks like a cross between Sasquatch and kind of a Pekingese. That'd be about 7 feet tall. Wookie's 53rd birthday today. Okay, so Phil Miller, Punisher is the boat. 22 is the number. Amy Thompson, the navigator. From Canada. And he's chewing it up. This is going to be a fast run. Man, look at the way that boat hooks up in the corners. And the top corner, nicely done. Here he comes. It's good. For 5.85, his fastest run of the day, and just shy of the fastest time in the unlimited class. He is moving. So the boat to beat, 45.85, boat 22, fastest boat in the class, fastest run in the class today. And like I said, keeping pace almost with the speeds in the unlimited class. Great run by Phil Miller. The pride of Canada. Nicole Brown, Tina Huff, 146B. It's Jolly Roger. She had a 49.29. Really driving with a lot of confidence today. She has definitely learned to trust the boat. Nice clean lines. Let's see how she pulls through this corner. Ooh. She gets it. Well done. Final tricky part coming up right now. Well done. It's good. .75 for Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. Their best was in their last run where they brought it in under 50 seconds with a 49.29. Still a nice run for Nicole and Tina in 146B. Our steamin' Kiwi, Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. They had both 68. His best run was a 51.25. Being Rudy Schuler and boat 68. Nice clean line through that combo. Sets himself up nicely in that corner, and he'll charge it out. It's good. Best run of the day for him with a 51.09. Unofficially, we'll see what our timer says. And that is official. So, all right. So, coming up, boat number 2, which has the honor of having, I think, what is the longest time I've ever seen in a sprint boat round with a 146.81 in their previous run. A 2-minute and 26-second run. But hey, it was a clean run. Even if they were using aluminum oars. Cavitation. Again, cavitation. The pump, sucking up air. Let's see how he sets up here. Tight. Oh, hung it up. Came in way too tight on that, and then to make that corner, you have to swing wide, and he swung too wide, and he eats sod. So, DNF. And he gets the DNF. Rough day so far for Vaughn. But they have really cool t-shirts and sweatshirts down in the vendor row. Support the man. Support the man. Just support it. You know? Purchasing a sweatshirt is good emotional support. Thus saith the announcer. Hopefully they get the thing started and they don't have to push it all the way out. All of our safety crew members are, almost all of them, first responders of one type or another. Law enforcement, fire, EMT. And he gets it started, and he'll bring it out under its own power. So definitely a short in the live wire today. 156 on the way. That will be Bad Influence. Steve and Randy Church. Coming up from Oregon. We got a Chevy Dart 408 cubic inch power plant with a Jet Speed MK3 hull. That's from down under. They're sponsored by Jet Speed Limited USA. Roadrunner Performance, Ram Trucking, Cobalt Computer Services, ProWare. Oh, he set that up nice. It's a good one. Clean run. And it looks like his best time of the day. Officially, 50.81. And just getting word that boat number 39 in the 400 class is scratched for the day. That is boat 39, Mr. Bad Wrench. They blew a motor, and that will be the day of racing for them. So we will not be seeing 39 again. It is scratched for the day as boat 27, Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly, makes its way out. Leighton's out of Lewiston, Idaho. Coldy, his navigator, is a hotshot firefighter. He's out of Lewiston as well. This is their first race. Only sprint boat that I know of with a hand-controlled throttle. It's right there on the steering wheel. And for his first race, man, Leighton looks really good. Nicely done. Let's see how it does through the top here. Perfect. Wow. Oh, scrapes it. It's still good. It's a clean run, and he says, "Hi, tires. I'm Leighton. I'm here to say hello." And he gets a 49.91. Wow. And that was a really long skid mark. That was long. If you consider where he went through a couple hundred feet right into the tires over there. Fortunately, they weren't going fast when they hit the tires. But that's why the tires are there. Duh. Thank you, Captain Obvious. So they're rocking it. They'll try to get that. It looks like that could take a little bit as they get it pulled around. There they go. Looked like they had to kind of unhook it from some of the tires over there. And now they play tug of war with a tow rope, get it back in the water, and they'll get him out. So in a situation like that, what happens when you have particularly one of those kind of rougher wrecks, which that would qualify as rougher, they will get checked out by the paramedics to make sure that they're okay. Then you have our safety chief that will go through and take a look at the boat, make sure that everything is okay in there, that nothing got torn loose. There's a number of safety things that they check for. Engine mounts, how well it's mounted to the boat, make sure there's no cracks, that the roll bar wasn't compromised. It didn't roll, so that's not really going to be a problem. That, you know, there's no cracks in the seat connections and things like that. So they'll kind of go through and take a look at it again, as well as they'll be checked out. It is common anytime that you have an accident like that there's a process that's gone through. If it's just a little skid out, it's not a problem, but something like that where it's a little bit more aggressive of an accident, they go through the whole process just to make sure that everybody is okay, that the boat is okay, that the boat is safe. Safety is a big deal. If you've watched a number of these races, I mean, you'll see boats that will come out of the water and lawn dart and roll and endo and just about everything else. And so safety is a big issue. where the roll bar is. Do they have the proper safety equipment? For instance, they're required to wear fire suits, fire shoes, fire gloves. They have requirements as far as the harness. They're all 5-point NASCAR-style harnesses that hold them in. There are head guards on the seats to keep their heads from bouncing around. And a number of requirements as far as the equipment, like, for instance, the composition of the roll bar, where the roll bar is placed in regards to the seats. So a lot of different safety items that are done. For instance, another thing, the engines, not only are they mounted to the boat, but they also have cables that are attached to them that have different points of attachment in the boat. So if, say, an engine were to break loose from its mounting, that those cables hold it in, keep it from coming out. Coverings on the drive shaft. We had a drive shaft a long time ago. This would be maybe 10 years ago. That towers the pumps that shattered and actually sent shrapnel into a guy's elbow, which was a safety change. So those have to be covered. And this is Mike Reardon and Josh Garden in boat 625. Their best was a 73.19, followed by a DNF, followed by this run. And we'll see how it goes. Not a particularly fast run, but a clean run. So it's good. 67.64. So about 6 seconds faster than is better. And we just got word of another scratch, and this is just for one round, and that'll be boat 556 in the unlimited class, the Jolly Rogers boat, Dustin Springer. They have some issues, and we'll be back out in the fourth qualifier, so that will be boat 556 out in the unlimited class for one run. And boat 1-2 back shot, boat 12. Darrell Healy has been driving for over 20 years. Gets it done. .58.10, 58.10. So a second and a third faster than his previous best of a 59.49. And Jolly Rogers, 146A, Eric Werner in the driver's seat, Tina Huff navigating. He had a 48.76 in his last run. That was his best. That was called as a DNF. So takes the wrong turn, doesn't realize it, brings it out. So 146A gets the DNF. Boat 21 coming out. Again. And boat 21. Loco 21. It's crazy. Almost missed the corner. White, but still in the water. And trying to clear the pump. Oh, are we going to have a challenge to our 1 minute or 2 minute and 26 second? Are we gonna challenge that? Let's see. All right, we're up to 1 minute or up to 112 seconds. Can we do it? Can we do it? And it would be in this class. It was Von Trapp 146.81. Are we going to break the record? 132. Oh, will he beat 148? 139, 140. Will he make it across before 148? He does! 140 official time. 143 point. Who cares? All right, so the time to beat on the slow end, 146.81. He was within almost exactly 3 seconds of that. Nicely done. You know, if you're going to be a cellar dweller, you might as well just go for it. Just do it. Just do it. Number 9, Fat Buddy. 49.13 with Jesse Nepstad Miller in the driver's seat, Kaylin Miller. It has been 3 years since Jesse's been in the driver's seat. Started riding when he was 15. Dylan Cummings probably was the youngest. I want to say he was 14. When he won the season's point race back in wherever it was. Oh, way wide. Snags the bank. That's going to cost him some time. Yep. Clean run. So it looks like about 5-1. 0.16 is official. So he was on his way to having a pretty good run until he hung it wide. And so that'll bring us to the Unlimiteds. Boat 39, class out for the day. One boat scratched for this round in the Unlimiteds, and that is boat 556, part of the Jolly Rogers team. He is out for at least this round. They try to rectify whatever issue they were having, probably with the turbos. And boat 711, the grumpy old buzzard, Lee Rice and Michelle Engel. 2 DNFs, 1 out of water, 1 not. And our grumpy old buzzard, boat 78. Somebody was joking with Lee and said, you know, you need to have a drink that you can leave on. And that made the buzzard grumpy. Missed the corner and gets his 3rd DNF. With our 4-powered Ascension coming out, Robert Cox and So boat 049 will be warming it up. And you may be wondering why 049 as opposed to just 49. Robert Cox, the last name is, of course, Cox. And Cox also makes model airplane engines, like remote-controlled airplanes. And one of their engines is a 049 Cox model airplane engine. Well, Robert's dad was big into remote-controlled airplanes, and all of the engines they had were the 049 Cox engines. So when his dad got into racing, his number was always 049. When Robert got into racing, he retained the 049, the family name, if you will. All right, here it is. Oh, he's going to hang it up. And out of the water. Just came in way too wide. Clip. Kind of did the pinball thing there. Clipped the bumper, went wide, up on the bank. So Deanna get a 45.44 as his best run, and they'll put him back in the water and get him out. Robbie racing here for a number of years, loves the track. Spent most of his time in the modifieds, and since moving up to the unlimited class, a lot of his time has been spent just trying to get the boat, the engine, and everything else dialed in. And here comes Tugboat Timmy. Everybody say hi to Tugboat Timmy. Hi, Timmy! So they are going to hook him up and they're going to pull him off. So I'm thinking Tugboat Timmy needs some sort of anthem, a theme, maybe. So let's see if this works for. Yeah, maybe if we can get it. Let's see if this works for. No, thought we could bring it up here. Couldn't do it. Sorry, my bad. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Tugboat Timmy's theme. It's a cheery tune. Tugboat Timmy's theme. Everybody needs their own theme. All right, so Robert gets towed. Second time today. By the way, that is covered by AAA. That's all part of their roadside service. He needed a spare, needed to have his battery charged, something like that, locked his keys in the boat. Well, all part of the AAA coverage. So he slowly comes out. I'm sure Robert is slapping himself for that right now. And we will see Overkill, Dennis Hughes and Samantha Hughes on the way out. Once he gets up on the trailer or near it. Kyle Regust, you need to go to the ticket office to claim something from Lost and Found. Kyle Regust. All right, oh, wow. He is coming out fast. Yikes. Whoa. And good. Oh. Clean run. Bad ending. Okay, that was a bell ringer. 43.70. Not that anybody's worried about that right now. That was a hard hit. I mean, really hard. Safety crews on the spot. Okay, we have hands up over there. Waiting to see if we get the hands up. Are they okay? Safety crew, hands up if they're okay. They're okay. Good deal. That was a hard ding. Not exactly sure. He just came out and it looked like just at the electronic eye clipped something, and then it was all, oh my God, hang on. Although probably it was a little bit more salty than hang on. And then the abrupt stop. Wow. They're really, really strapped down tight. And I'm not sure about Overkill. A number of the drivers and navigators wear Hans devices. They're kind of like a collar that hooks onto the helmet that keeps your head from snapping forward if you have a really abrupt stop like that was. That falls under the category of really, really abrupt. And I'm not sure if they're waving the tractor over or not, the trailer, to come pick them up. They might. As they try to get it pulled out. So Dennis going for his fastest run of the day, he achieves that. The question is whether the boat was badly damaged. The main question initially, whether the driver or the navigator were damaged, and they weren't, which is awesome. So they'll definitely get checked out by the EMTs and the like to make sure that they're okay. Everybody's standing and staring at the boat, and they are going to bring a trailer in for it. I don't know if any of you go to the show and shines. Hopefully a few of you have. Big show and shine they have in downtown St. John, always on the Friday before the boat race on Saturday. And last night, I had a chance to catch up to Dennis Hughes that I haven't seen in a couple of months and chat about the boat, about racing, about racing 2 different boats and the like, and of course his navigator, his daughter Samantha, chatting about sprint boat racing last night at the Show and Shine. I don't know what to call you, champion or just gun for hire. You're doing the hammer time thing again, huh?
Yeah, Rick wanted some help with his boat, so we're gonna run it again and see if we can do a little tweaking on it, make it a little bit better.
Make it a little bit better. For who? Who is going to eventually drive this? Because Rick's pretty much happy being a boat owner.
I don't know. He's looking for a driver. The boat, Ackerman drove it last race, and he really liked it, and it's getting dialed in really well. So if he does sell it to somebody, they're gonna love that boat.
Well, it is. It moves.
Yeah, it's a fast little boat. It's real similar to my modified when I was racing that, and lots of power, good handling. It could go on a diet and lose some weight and cut some metal off of it, but other than that, it's a pretty solid boat.
You had a great race here last time we saw you in June, and it was a pretty good competition.
Yeah, the super boats are really stepping up, and I'm still tuning on mine. I think we made another adjustment that looks promising. So. Yeah, and the rotation is fantastic. I really like the tight corners, and yeah, hopefully we can still pull it off.
How's Samantha feel about being the navigator? She's been doing it for a while. Samantha, his daughter.
Sam loves it. I think eventually she'd like to step up and drive, but I'm not sure I'm quite ready for her to do that yet. But yeah, she loves it. She's in the boat. Ackerman loved her navigating for him too, so yeah, she's got the job as long as she wants it.
Why don't you have her drive hammer time?
Maybe she will. We'll have to talk to Rick.
Well, is he sitting over there right now? Let's go. We could go talk to him right now if you want to.
No, let's leave him over there. He's visiting.
I mean, you're being an overprotective dad.
I suppose I am. Yeah.
So. You know, what you designed, and we've talked about this before, your own pump on the back of this thing. It's kind of your own design. Has anybody else asked to buy one of these pumps?
You know, not really. Everyone seems to be happy with what they've got, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with the stock units. They're just, to me, they're heavy and a little bit overbuilt for what we're using them for. I like mine. I took a lot of weight out of it by building it myself, and it works. So.
Well, that's a bonus.
That's a bonus too. Yeah. So yeah, you know, really, no, there hasn't been much interest in it. I get to sell some impellers once in a while, but that's about it.
All right. Well, it's going to be a fascinating rotation, and you've definitely got the boat that handles this track as well, if not better, than just about anybody else's.
Yeah, when I saw the rotation, I was really excited. This is exactly what we do with this boat, is the tight corners and the quick acceleration between the corners. So yeah, I'm really excited, and to not go into the spin-out pool at full speed is a bonus for sure.
Yeah, well, he says not going to the spin-out pool at full speed. He was going pretty fast when he made his way out, obviously, and of course clipping the bank, and then it was all out and straight forward across the grass. It was his fastest run today with a 43.70, and it remains to be seen, and we'll find out whether any damage major was done to the boat. Hard to tell from here, even with the binoculars, whether the front end was crunched or not. That particular corner of the spin-out pool, if you look over there, those are like tractor tires, which are really hard. and can definitely chew up a boat as they try to get it up on the trailer. So they continue to work to get overkill off the track. Want to thank Marine Transport for bringing the trailer and the ATV out there to pull it off. Marine Transport handles not only these kind of boats, but also houseboats and transportation needs like that. They've been doing it for about 20 years. So they're helping to get it off. Also, the St. John Community Mothers Club, they've got their booths set up down there where they are raising money, the proceeds from all the goodies that they're selling that go to the Shriners Hospital for Kids. And also part of the donations going to Honor Flight of the state of Washington. Honor Flight, really one of those great nonprofits. All of the vets, they take vets from the Vietnam War, the conflicts between Vietnam and Korea, and also from World War II. They take them back. They don't pay a thing. They take those vets back to Washington, D.C., lodging, airfare, food, all of that, so that they can see their respective memorials. And it's a chance for them to be honored, particularly with our Vietnam War vets. When they came home initially, they weren't honored. And this is a good way to honor them now for the service that they did and what they had to deal with. So Honor Flight, really a great organization. They're around the nation, but every state has its own branch of Honor Flight, and all the money that they raise doesn't come from national. It is all raised locally. Honor Flight is just an absolutely awesome program. Coming up tonight after the races, we invite you to party with us after 8 p.m. on the terraces, dancing and live music with local band Tone Sober. They're going to be playing tonight, so if you don't have anything going down in your particular pit area, come on up and party with the crew here at Webb Slough. Love to see you up here, and it looks like we've got things clear. So we'll have one more boat in the Unlimiteds and then get into the Q4, and that is going to be boat 411, Dean Schlager-Jack Brinkman. Boat is balls out. Also known as the Flying Fireball from the last race. If you haven't seen the photographs, if you go to Jeff Halstead's website, Jeff Halstead Photography, he is the official photographer here at Webb Slough. He's got some amazing pictures of that fire. If you were here at the last race, that probably is something that you go, yeah, that was something. Particularly with, that methanol burning boat, it was quite the fire. And it looks like boat 411 will not be working and running in the fourth qualifier, so it has scratched. And that will get us, or in the third qualifier, so that will take us back to the modifieds that are starting to get lined up. Also, a big thank you to some of our sponsors out here, like D&J Farm. D&J Farm Supplies. They have mid-rollers, spindles, hubs, jumbo harrows, and Camso tracks. And their tracks are the best in the business. If you need new tracks, new used tracks, be sure to contact D&J Farm Supply, locally owned by Don and Amy Swanick. Also, All Sport, one of our big sponsors out here from Spokane and Coeur d'Alene. They've been around for, since 1984, offering street bikes, dirt bikes, ATVs, UTVs, snowmobiles, scooters, personal watercraft, all of that. Whether you want Polaris, Yamaha, Honda, KTM, or the Indians. Indian motorcycles are so cool. Located in Liberty Lake, Washington. Easy to find just off I-90 at Barker Road. And they have the full line of KTM street and dirt bikes. Check them out at allsportracing.com. for all of your favorite models, and whether they're new or they're pre-owned. Ladies and gentlemen, Lawn Boy is in the building. Lawn Boy! Lawn Boy! Lawn Boy is running for governor, by the way, of Washington. He is. Head over to the Slough veneer shop, and there are Lawn Boy for governor mugs and t-shirts and bumper stickers. Lawn Boy lifts a bale. Go, Lawn Boy, go! We're going to put a bale over there where the boat hit. So, I hear the chant. Lawn Boy, Lawn Boy. You can check out Lawn Boy's exploits on Facebook, and I think they've got Twitter and Instagram and all that other good stuff. Lawn Boy with his first bale of hay of the day. All right. Over there in the beer garden, now's your chance to make some noise. Give it up. Lawn Boy, give it up for Lawn Boy. Yes. So, who was the most cheering for at the sprint boat race? Some guy in a tractor. Yeah, it was this guy in a tractor and he had a bale of hay, and it was just a hit. So, safety issue. By the way, you're going to see, I believe, some Boy Scouts that are going to be coming around. They are the garbage picker-uppers and emptying stuff. They are always fundraising, so, you know, you see a Boy Scout with a bag of garbage and a bag of bottles, toss him a couple of bucks. That's going to get him back to camp and doing all the things that the Boy Scouts do. And say, hey. This is, I don't think most people realize what a community event this is. The entire community shows up for this. We got the golf course that's running stuff. We've got the gun club that's running the VIP beer garden up here on top. You got the St. John Mothers Club that is running the booth that's down on Vendor Row that's raising funds for Honor Flight and the Schroeder's Hospital. Just about everybody in town in St. John shows up for this in one form or another, and it's great to see. Totally a community effort here in St. John to bring this off. And for the show and shine, the way they show up for that. This is a big deal for St. John. So glad you're enjoying the St. John hospitality. All right, into the modifieds we go. Roman Glebe and Scarlett Taylor in the sometimes aptly named Full Tilt. Boat 03A. Some bad news, and that is the Overkill boat 69 that we watched run into the tires over there is done for the day. And that was a clean run for 03A. 65-45 for Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor. So again, boat 69. Apparently they trashed it. And it's done for the day. And that's unfortunate. Fastest boat on the course, the boat to beat. And unfortunately, that's the day of racing for them. But of course, Dennis Hughes and his daughter Samantha will be continuing to run boat 29, which is the Hammer Time boat. So we will see them again. As boat 145, Poor Decisions. And that, by the way, is spelled P-O-U-R, Poor Decisions. Jason Perkins and Kyle Bellis. 145, ready to roll. Did I just see what I thought I saw? So they're coming out there at about half a mile an hour and banking. What that was. All right, let's put it in reverse. This is almost like looking like a driving lesson gone bad. It's like the first time you turn your kid loose in the car. I don't know if they waved it off before they parked it on the bank or not. So I'm going to... If they go out again, we'll assume that they did wave it off. So you're allowed to wave it off, a runoff. Oh yeah, they had waved it off. Okay. So probably a clogged jet. So there's some plants and scuzz in the water that will get sucked up. And that, by the way, is the scientific name, scuzz. Your finer botanists use that phrase frequently. And they're putting down a pretty good round here so far. Fourth and final qualifier. It's the time to throw it down. And throw down they did, and good it is. Clean run. And 5:1.28. Their best run of the day. By far, by 3 seconds. So saving their best for last in the qualifiers. As boat 154A warming up on the trailer right now, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Inland Empire Milling Company, your local country elevator, specializes in forage spring and winter peas, and their new customizable wildlife food plot birds and bucks blend. It doesn't make any difference how big your plot or lot is. You'll bring in the big bucks and the birds with their new food plot blend, bucks and birds, customized for your specific needs. Give Dan at Inland Empire Milling a call or drop by. They're up in the VIP booth, 509-648-3366. Okay, that was something. And so, yeah, that would be a DNF. So he finds himself over by the beer garden. Beer garden, say hello. See, you guys need to be thinking ahead over there in the beer garden. When they come up in front of you, you need to let them know your appreciation. By the way, if you're over in the beer garden, my suggestion is you try a Webb's Slough brew. And they are very tasty. It is an American lager. If you have not had one yet, well, be like the announcer. Pop one of those and enjoy over in the beer garden. So a big thank you again to our volunteers over there on the Slough crew and the safety crew, made up of folks from a variety of different first responder groups from all over the area. By the way, over in the beer garden, not only can you get the Slough brew, but you can also get you can get Coors over there if that's your thing. Got Coors. They've got a variety of different goodies over there for you. By the way, Webb Slough would like to thank Intelligent Life Forms Media and Live Meld from Spokane, Washington. They're doing the live stream production, bringing you coverage of today's sprint boat races to the entire world. We always have people from up in Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and around the country watching the races. It's always good. Good stuff. Big thank you to Star Rentals. They know that your time equals money, and so they have the people you can depend on, reliability. Their employees are trained, unlike a lot of places, and they're all about fast, responsive service and no hassle billing. They've been doing it for over 100 years. Back when you could rent a horse. Check them out, Star Rentals. TJ Burrows, Keith Brownsberger, boat 208. And they're going to bring it out. DNF. Yeah, missing badly. They decided not to flirt with expensive engine damage and just brought it out. And he's hanging it up on the bank. All right, if you have a Can-Am, that's one of those three-wheeled motorcycles, license plate 8374TG, you need to go move it, please. Boy, he is just hanging up on everything out here. I don't think there's a bank he hasn't hit. Hopefully he doesn't hit that one, and he doesn't. So, clean run. .53. All right, again, we have a one of the Can-Am three-wheel motorcycles. 8374TG is your license plate. You need to move that. Can you go move that, please? One of the Can-Ams. And boat 666 on the way. After 2 out of the water experiences, they put down a clean time of 60.77. And we'll see how they do this go around. Big thank you to Peters and Keats Equipment, your local family-owned heavy equipment, truck, trailer, rental, and sales company. Our new sponsor out here at Webb Slough. They've been providing the water truck for dust control in the camping areas this week. All right, Jeremy, let her roll. See how he handles it through here. Nice. And it's good. His best run of the day. 57.06. So, well over 3.5 seconds faster than his previous. And that was a good run. Then we'll come up to boat 23, Dangerous Curves, Clint O'Keefe, Mike Thomas. Their best time was a 57.94. And they follow that with a 118-second run. And then a DNF. So, which Clint will show up on this one? Good run for the St. John's guys. And they get it done. Clean run. .29. Last race here, they finished third in the modifieds. Clint O'Keefe has competed in a variety of motorsports, his favorite being diesel truck pulls. Hammer time on the way, boat 29. Last time we saw Dennis and Samantha Hughes, they were wrecking the overkill boat. 69 after having their fastest run in it. That boat out for the days, but they're still racing. Man, talk about shaking it off. Anybody want him to drive your 400 boat? And it's good. Clean run. Unofficially a 48.8. And that is official, 48.80. Every single time he's had in that boat has been 48 seconds and change. He had a 48.55, a 48.48, a 48.84, and then a 48.80. So he's pushing that pretty much, I think, as fast as that will go. You start getting times that are as consistent as that, that's pretty much limited out. By the way, the Webb Slough Brew, brewed by Paradise Creek Brewery, your microbrewery in Pullman. Got the downtown restaurant and the Trailside Tap Room in Pullman. With boat 199, Guano Loco, Sammy Steele, Pat Graham. Clean run. A 79.83, their fastest run of the day. So Guano Loco Their final run is a 79.83, so they had a 112, an 86, a 99. So when they go to put together the 8 cut, their fastest time, that last run, will be what will be in consideration to see if they make it out for the 8 cut. Not saying they will, that's not official, but that would be the time that they use for that after the 4 qualifiers. So their fastest qualifying time used to decide the 8 cut. So 03B on the way. That is Scarlett Taylor in her first race, with Eric Petring being the navigator guy. Person giving directions, the person watching the dials, the person that the driver blames if they go the wrong way. The navigator, that would be the person. That never happens.
Doing better?
So if you go onto YouTube or Facebook where we're doing the live stream, the full race video will be up there. When you're watching this run, this will be really exciting at twice the speed. You'll be like, wow, look at it's kind of like, you know, hamburger helper technology, sort of. Clean run, 8537. All right, so we have a blue Jeep, California plates, 8YFU, that's appropriate, 435. You are parked on the fire bridge. If you don't move your vehicle, it will be moved for you, and we won't tell you where. So if you would go move that, that would be really helpful. And like I said, if we move it, you don't know where you're going to find it. Okay, Purcell Racing, James Goldberg in the driver's seat, 154B. And he gets the DNF. Misses the corner with Juggernaut, Jason Chris, Samantha Christ in boat 86 to follow. So again, your blue Jeep. So this has been a problem, blue Jeep, today, because we call them out another time. It's like some crossover Jeep thing, but you have California plates. 8YFU 435, and you're in the pits, and you're in a fire zone, fire bridge, fire access bridge. That's not where you need to be. And please go move your vehicle. It would be greatly appreciated before it's moved for you, because now it's a hazard. And that's kind of taken seriously, sort of, kind of, you know. All right. After 2 DNFs, Juggernaut. Getting juggy with it. Technical. Good. A little wide. And they're coming out. Wide again. Oh, went across the electronic eye. It's good. That's like the third time we've seen something like that happen today. 55.36. So another one of those little weird things. I don't know what it is about that particular part of the rotation. I guess it probably has to do with as they come around the top of that island and come down through that final little, I mean, it's not a sharp turn. And I think what's happening is they're trying to carry as much speed as they can once they get around that top island and around that corner. And they're trying to get as much speed as they can. And they're just barely, as they're coming around, they're overcompensating and they're hitting the grass over there in front of the beer garden. Otherwise, I can't figure out what's going on. Normally, what'll happen is they'll be carrying full speed through the straightaway right in front of the beer garden. It's like a full stretch run down the entire side of the course into that spin-out pool. So I think what's happening there is they're punching it once they get around that top island and going through and make that final just little subtle left, and they are just carrying too much speed and glancing the lawn over on the beer garden side. I can't, other than that, I've never seen a race here at Webb Slough where we've had that kind of thing happen as many times as we've seen it happen today. I think that's like the fourth time. So that will end the fourth qualifier for the modifieds.
Hey,
and now
Slough
a public
fans.
service announcement from Amanda Webb.
Hey, Slough fans, thank you so much for being here today. What a beautiful day of racing in St. John, Washington. We have so many new fans that have never been here before. We're so grateful for all of our loyal fans that brought new fans this weekend, and we look forward to having you all back here next year, Father's Day weekend and the last weekend in August. Always, all the news race dates are up on our website, and we're so excited to have so many fans enjoying sprint boat racing here. Thank you to all of our volunteers in the lime green shirts. You guys are amazing. Want to make sure everybody knows that we're going to be dancing on the terraces tonight starting at 8 o'clock. Come join us. And if you're leaving, get a designated driver. We love you.
Boat 22, the Punisher. Fastest boat in the class so far today. Comes into the big corner, nice and tight. Well done. And And now in the switchback. Perfect. And it's good. Clean run. And likely his best run of the day. It is 45.77, fastest run in the class of the day. So Phil Miller, the boat to beat in the 400s, the A400 class, the international class. And boat 146B with Nicole Brown and Tina Huff on the way. Their best was back in Q2 with a 49.29. The other two runs were about 50 seconds, 50.6 thereabout. So one where they almost got it down to the 48-second round, just off of that, 49.29, their best. Nicole Brown and Tina Huff, they're having a really good run at it today. Nicole has really picked up her game, really learning to trust the boat. As you can tell, that boat handles really well. Oh, so nice. And it's good. .09 unofficially until it's called, and that is the call. She has been consistent just all day long. And the next boat out, boat 68, with Steam and Kiwi, Rudy Schuler and Dave Thompson. Clean run. .45. 51.45. All right, next up, boat number 2, Livewire. He had a DNF in the first, a 2-minute, 26-second run in the second qualifier, and a DNF in the third. This rotation just is one that does not favor him. And wow. Okay, so I think we can say this hasn't been Vaughn's best day. Just saying. So, yeah, I mean, he literally missed the first corner. If there is an upside to his day, he will not be making it in the 8 cut and can start drinking early. Well, okay, you got to look at the benefits here somewhere. And, of course, you know, people are going to go, yeah, that live wire, I like that color combination. They're selling t-shirts and sweatshirts, so go over and support him for beer money for tonight. It's like, yeah, I'd like one of your hoodies. And please, pass this money directly on to Vaughn. He needs Coors. Oh, here comes Tugboat Timmy. Tugboat Timmy! You're the star, Timmy. So he'll go hook things up. And just getting word that Jolly Rogers 556 is out for the rest of the day. So, a lot of attrition in the unlimited class. Boat 411 scratched in the Q3. We could. Okay, now I'm not. I don't want to jinx anybody, but we don't know whether boat 49 is going to make it out. They had kind of an out-of-the-water bad thing happen to them as well. So we'll see if they make it out for the Q4. Lee Rice in boat 711 has had 3 DNFs so far. We'll see whether he puts down a clean run in the Q4. Dennis Hughes is out. Jolly Rogers is out. We'll see if boat 411 makes it in for the 4th qualifier. We could potentially just have like one boat left by the time we get into the 8 cut. So it's been a harsh life day for the unlimited class for sure. Okay, Raiden Coulter. Apparently, Caden. Okay, Caden Coulter. You need to go to your booth. So, Caden Coulter, you're wanted at your booth. Whatever booth that might be. Caden, you need to go there. Now. Oh. Is that a parental now? It is a parental now. That would be a dad. Oh, okay. It's Caden Curtis Coulter. You need to go to your booth. That is the way Dad worded it. Caden Curtis Coulter. Get to the booth. Yeah, that's a parental thing. My dad ever doing that, but when my mom did it, that meant that all hell was going to break loose. That was going to be a really bad afternoon. All right, we're up to 156. It's Bad Influence. Stephen and Randy Church, husband and wife team out of Cheshire, Oregon. Cheshire, not Eugene, Oregon, is the way they like to be known. the corner. Okay, that was the right decision to make, as opposed to trying to make up that corner too late. He almost did. You could tell that he started to hang up left and then went, I can't make that corner. Smart decision. Saved the boat. So, right decision there for Stephen Church. He's going to make it into the 8 cut anyway. I mean, just take a look at the times. There's no question he's going to make it in. So, no need to damage stuff. No need to wreck your toys. Preventing insanity. Leighton Lilly, Cody Holzer. Going to say this boat has a really nice setup, the way that it's very sticky, the way that it hooks up. Nice corners. Man, that thing's on a rail. Just good. Great run. 50.58. Not his fastest run. So boat 625 coming up. Mike Reardon, Josh Garvin. Pretty pedestrian day for Mike and Josh and Jolly Rogers 625. DNF, a time in the 73-second range and then another in the 67. Definitely bouncy. He is bouncing. Not right now. And it is done. Clean run. 64.40. Bringing us up to boat number 12. All right, so apparently the people in the VIP beer garden are feeling, you know, like really neglected because nobody's talking about them. So I just talked about them. All right, next round coming up. Boat number 12. Darrell Healy, Michael Ostrom. All right, beer garden up here on the VIP booth. Go ahead and cheer. Make noise over up here. There we go. Beer garden on the far side over there. Let's hear you guys. You guys okay over there? And everybody in the middle that is sandwiched between the drunk people, are you okay? All right. All right, good. We've got it covered. Here's boat number 12. Daryl Healy, Michael Ostrom, the bank shot. Daryl's getting aggressive in this run. And he gets it. .85, his best run today. At about 2 2/10 seconds. And that will take us to Eric Werner and Tina Huff. So 146A. Eric's best run was 48.76. Had a DNF in the Q3. So that'll be followed by boat 21, boat 9, and that will round it out for the class. So 3 more in the 400s, and we'll see who shows up to play when we get to the unlimited class. I love the way he sets up for that corner, and then, oh, biffs. Hung it up. Clog jet, jet clog. Well, he's already qualified for the 8 cut. Second fastest time the boat was for the day, if he can get it turned through that corner, which he did. So he'll slow boat it. He'll go at parade speed. If you're over there, everybody do the parade wave. Wave to the funny man in the blue boat. And it's done. 90.86. I don't think Eric has ever had a time like that. Not that I've ever seen. So a 90.86. That's basically a short commercial break during a pro basketball game. 90 seconds. It's about, yeah. It's what in the NBA they call a 30-second timeout. And Eric goes up on the trailer. So we will see him back in the, when we get to the 8 cut, we will see him back then. 2 more boats to go. Boat 21 and boat number 9. And then we'll see who makes it out in the unlimited class. Likely boat 711. My understanding is boat 49 is fine. We will see them. And then the question is whether boat 411 shows up to play in that fourth and final qualifier after scratching in the third. So here's Pat Graham behind the wheel of Loco 21. Okay, well, that happened. And that is their fastest time of the day with a 79.11. Boat number 9, Jesse Nepstad Miller and Kaylin Miller. And Jesse Nepstad Miller. Canada's favorite child. Yeah, he's an adult. The gold standard from the northern border. Daddy times 3. I gotta say, he really does look good behind the wheel of that boat. All good. And he saves the best for last. Fastest time of the day, 48.95. Is the fourth and final qualifier for the A400s. And now our unlimited class. We'll get things started. So, on the launch, boat 711, Grumpy Old Buzzard, is out there. Boat 049, Obsession, the Ford-powered sprint boat, and I am not yet seeing boat 411. They would be last out. And they're in the water now. Yep. All right. So we will have 3 boats here in the 4th. So Jolly Rogers, boat 556, done for the day. Boat 69, Dennis Hughes Overkill, which was the fastest boat on the course all day, is done for the day. So out comes the grumpy old buzzard. This is the grumpy old buzzard's last chance to qualify. 3 DNFs so far. Turn, there we go. He's keep it in the water, and he's qualified. He got it. 74.14. He gets his clean run. It counts. Okay, boat 49.049. By the way, happy birthday to Bryce Wyatt. Bryce Wyatt. Our Ford is coming up, and the Ford F-150 is purpose-built from the ground up. They are designed to be tough and productive, just like you. It's what happens when you merge premium-grade muscle with finely tuned intelligence and design. A beast with brains, the Ford F-Series, relentlessly tough, high-strength, military-grade, aluminum alloy body and torture-tested high-strength steel frame with new tech to help you work smart and hard. Work hard, play hard. Find a Ford today at your local Northwest Ford dealer. A Ford on the way, the only Ford-powered sprint boat on the planet, existing anywhere. The only one in the universe. And Robert Cox gets to say, yeah, that's mine. And it's really fast. And it's good. So, Robert, not really pushing at that particular run, still fast, a 48.14. His best was a 45.44. I mean, at this point, when you're running against 3 other boats, and your main competitor is out, and you've been running second fastest time by, half a second behind the fastest boat. No need to push it hard in the 4th qualifier. Save the boat for later. And boat 411. Boat 411. Again, if you're just tuning in, Jolly Rogers 556 out of the unlimited class for the day. Scratch for the rest of the day. Boat 69 scratched for the day. So a three-person race in the unlimiteds between three different boats. Dean Lawton, Schlager, Jack Bringman in boat 411. Boy, lots of cavitation here in the corners for him. Oh, hung it wide, hung it up. Why me? Why me? And that's called a DNF. All right. Well, that is our final qualifying run in the fourth quarter. Fourth qualifier, fourth quarter, yeah, final qualifier. Yeah, we'll go into overtime shortly. Okay, so once they get this boat back in the water, our safety crew is going to take a short break, get themselves hydrated, hit what we like to refer to as the gray saunas, and then try to grab themselves a little bit of a bite to eat. So we'll be taking about a half an hour, 45-minute break here. So you've got a chance to run back to your camp, hydrate yourself, go grab something to eat, go down there and get yourself some swag at the vendor booths. And we will be back with the Q4 in a little bit. So since we're talking about Dean Lautenschlager, if you were here at the last race, you saw a pretty spectacular fire. And as somebody that's been going to these races, every race in the U.S. for about, 12, 13 years, I've seen a few fires, but nothing like that fire. And so yesterday at the Show and Shine, I sat down with Dean for just a moment and had him describe just exactly what happened and how that even occurred. Hammer time, a fairly... Well, no, that's not it. Okay, well, let's go back and try that one more time. All right, this will be Dean Lautenschlager. And what happened at last race and the fire. Dean Lautenschlager with us, and Dean, most folks that were at that race are going to remember that run. What exactly happened? Was it a fuel leak?
The injector blew off the fuel rail.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so the O-ring first, so it was a little smaller fire, and then when it blew that O-ring out, that's when you seen the big fire.
When did you first notice the flames?
I'm not, probably as soon as I came around the corner on the beer garden side, I just seen it out of the corner of my eye. I think I honestly felt it before I seen it. It was hot, so, and then as soon as I seen it, and I didn't want to go up on the land with that corner coming up in front of us because we were still scooting pretty quick. So I thought, well, we'll just make the corner and then we'll just put it up on the grass by all the safety guy.
So how long did...
Main economy around here is agriculture. You know, we've got the farmers, the grain companies, the fertilizer companies, a few small businesses on Main Street, but it's all based around agriculture. When we told people we were going to put a sprint boat track in St. John, they basically thought we were crazy. They were right.
Well, in 2007, we started with a wheat field. We purchased the property to be able to do something non-agriculture in St. John, to bring outside people into our fabulous community of St. John, Washington. So we planted alfalfa, and then we caught wind of sprint boat racing. And we brought the officials out here to look at our venue, and Matt could see a track. I saw alfalfa, and Matt could see a track.
It's just developed into this haven down in the Palouse it's like it's a destination for people to come to. The grass is green, it's well manicured. There's no track in the world that is as well groomed as Webb Slough.
It's good. This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's just it's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM, straight down the straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out of the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boats coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there were so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just as long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
Is out. Pilot is out. Oh!
Yeah, we're good. This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower in a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. They've got a golf tournament, the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically, it's turned into a whole weekend event.
Oh, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the Slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. It's a great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92. And everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is nonstop.
The most exciting boat racing in the Northwest. The sprint boats return to Webb, Slough, and St. John, Washington, Saturday, August 27th. Webb's campground opens Thursday, August 25th at 10 a.m. with spacious grass camping for just $30 for the entire weekend. It's the best price to camp with friends and family. Lots of activities in the town of St. John lead up to a full day of racing on Saturday, August 27th. Boats pushing 1,200 plus horsepower and more is something that must be seen and felt. Purchase tickets now at webbslough.com and find them on Facebook for more info.
Main economy around here is agriculture. You know, we've got the farmers, the grain companies, the fertilizer companies, a few small businesses on Main Street, but it's all based around agriculture. When we told people we were going to put a sprint boat track in St. John, they basically thought we were crazy. They were right.
Well, in 2007, we started with a wheat field. We purchased the property to be able to do something non-agriculture in St. John, to bring outside people into our fabulous community of St. John, Washington. So we planted alfalfa, and then we caught wind of sprint boat racing. And we brought the officials out here to look at our venue, and Matt could see a track. I saw alfalfa, and Matt could see a track.
It's just developed into this haven down in the Palouse it's like it's a destination for people to come to. The grass is green, it's well manicured. There's no track in the world that is as well groomed as Webb Slough.
This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM, straight down a straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out of the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boats coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there were so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just as long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
Navigator is out. Pilot is out. Oh!
Yeah, we're good. This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower and a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. They've got a golf tournament at the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically, it's turned into a whole weekend event.
Oh, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the Slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. It's a great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92, and everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is nonstop.
The most exciting boat racing in the Northwest. The sprint boats return to Webb Slough in St. John, Washington, Saturday, August 27th. Webb's campground opens Thursday, August 25th at 10 a.m. with spacious grass camping for just $30 for the entire weekend. It's the best price to camp with friends and family. Lots of activities in the town of St. John lead up to a full day of racing on Saturday, August 27th. Boats pushing 1,200 plus horsepower and more is something that must be seen and felt. Purchase tickets now at webbslough.com and find them on Facebook for more info.
Main economy around here is agriculture. You know, we've got the farmers, the grain companies, the fertilizer companies, a few small businesses on Main Street, but it's all based around agriculture. When we told people we were going to put a sprint boat track in St. John, they basically thought we were crazy. They were right.
Well, in 2007, we started with a wheat field. We purchased the property to be able to do something non-agriculture in St. John, to bring outside people into our fabulous community of St. John, Washington. So we planted alfalfa, and then we caught wind of sprint boat racing. And we brought the officials out here to look at our venue, and Matt could see a track. I saw alfalfa, and Matt could see a track.
It's just developed into this haven down in the Palouse it's like it's a destination for people to come to. The grass is green, it's well manicured. There's no track in the world that is as well groomed as Webb Slough.
This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM, straight down the straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boats coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there were so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just as long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
So cool.
Navigator is out. Pilot is out.
Yeah, we're good. This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower in a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, you know, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. We've got a golf tournament at the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically, it's turned into a whole weekend event.
Oh, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the Slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. It's a great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92, and everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is nonstop.
The most exciting boat racing in the Northwest. The Sprint Boats return to Webb, Slough, in St. John, Washington, Saturday, August 27th. Webb's campground opens Thursday, August 25th at 10 a.m. with spacious grass camping for just $30 for the entire weekend. It's the best price to camp with friends and family. Lots of activities in the town of St. John lead up to a full day of racing on Saturday, August 27th. Boats pushing 1,200 plus horsepower and more is something that must be seen and felt. Purchase tickets now at webbslough.com and find them on Facebook for more info.
Main economy around here is agriculture. You know, we've got the farmers, the grain companies, the fertilizer companies, a few small businesses on Main Street, but it's all based around agriculture. When we told people we were going to put a sprint boat track in St. John, they basically thought we were crazy. They were right.
Well, in 2007, we started with a wheat field. We purchased the property to be able to do something non-agriculture in St. John, to bring outside people into our fabulous community of St. John, Washington. So we planted alfalfa, and then we caught wind of sprint boat racing. And we brought the officials out here to look at our venue, and Matt could see a track. I saw alfalfa, and Matt could see a track.
It's just developed into this haven down in the Palouse it's like it's a destination for people to come to. The grass is green, it's well manicured. There's no track in the world that is as well groomed as Webb Slough.
This track is literally the reason that I got into sprint boat racing. I absolutely love it. I love the layout. I love the grass, the people here. It's a fun environment. It's extremely hard and challenging from a driver's perspective, no doubt. So that's why I love it. It's my favorite place to race.
There's going to be a guy standing there with a green flag. And when he drops that green flag, it's hammer time. So we go straight, like 6,000 RPM, straight down a straightaway. And we hope we make the first corner. So we're going to go left, and then we're going to go sharp left. We come out of the corner, this thing's going to wheelie just a little bit. Down the middle, then we go down 13, another left. We cut around, we come up the middle, and we got this little thing called the peanut. We're going to slide into the peanut, nail it, come out of the peanut, go back down across the track. This time we don't have to go down 13. We go all the way around by the spin-out pool. We come up around, all the way back up, down the middle, go back around again, down through the middle, into the spin-out pool. And that's at about 80 miles an hour, and don't lift on the gas. Turn the wheel, then lift.
So at Webb Slough, we invite sprint boat teams from all over the world to come and race with us. We currently have teams that come and join us from British Columbia, Canada, all over Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Nevada. And we're looking forward to more and more sprint boats coming and racing with us at Webb Slough.
I got so excited when we got here because there were so many people here. It was so beautifully set up. So we're really looking forward to racing on this track. It's been one that's been on our radar, coming over here a couple of times from Australia. So getting the chance to operate on here this time is just going to be a lot of fun. It's a nice tight track. Anything could happen. We could beat him, we could jump out. Just as long as we don't break the boat, I am good. I cannot buy another boat.
Out. Pilot is out. Oh!
Yeah, we're good. This is the driver's track. When we first started racing 6 years ago, everybody told us that if you wanted to run on a track that was strictly about driving and not all about horsepower, this is the one. We're running A400, so we're limited to 410 cubic inches. We're running about 650 horsepower and a 13-foot boat.
We have 2 races a summer. We have one on Father's Day weekend and one the weekend before Labor Day. What it takes to put on a race like this is great support from a great community. We have almost 200 volunteers out here working the gates, selling camping passes, setting stuff up. In general, the whole town just gets behind this and helps out and makes it happen. Couldn't do it without them. Well, the events that have built up around the race, they have a trivia night down at the Rialto Tavern on Thursday night. They've got a golf tournament at the St. John Golf and Country Club today called the Canuck Cup. We got the show and shine on Friday night down on Main Street. packs everyone on Main Street. One of the churches runs a shuttle bus from the campground here to Main Street so they can get people back and forth from camping to downtown. Well, after we have the award ceremony, there'll be a nice fireworks display. So basically, it's turned into a whole weekend event.
No, I love it. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been sponsoring Matt here at the Slough. It's been wonderful, and I'm addicted. It's a great sport. You can't find anything better. Hard to remove the smile off my face. For a month before, I'm going crazy. Ask my employees.
Yes.
Nothing's more fun.
And I love the fact that you don't have to be like a motorhead or a NASCAR fan. Our fans get into it. We have fans from the ages of 2 to 92. And everybody loves sprint boat racing, and it's so much fun to watch. It's such a fast-paced sport where we have one boat after another. It is non-stop.
That's going to leave a mark.
Boats that go really fast and make noise. By the way, a reminder, you will see there is some of that mule tape that's kind of around the outside of the fence. Make sure, and particularly the little dudes and the little dudettes like to get right up to the fence. If you can, keep them away from the fence. We want to make sure that everybody stays safe. And the big thing is, particularly when the unlimited class boats go through there, we don't want your children to be sucked through by the turbochargers. There's nothing worse than having your kids suck through a fence. I don't want that to happen. Don't do that. Tell your kids, no, you're going to get sucked out into the track. You don't want that. So they're already getting the boats warmed up. We'll be racing and underway in just a matter of moments. Appreciate you coming out to Webb Slough. Great way to spend the day. Perfect weather. We've got free music. Dance tonight. That's coming up by or with a local group, Tone Sober, here from Whitman County. Tone Sober is going to be starting at 8 p.m. tonight. You want to get your dancing on to some live music, this is the place to do it. Also, a big thank you to Intelligent Lifeforms Media and Live Meld. They're out of Spokane, Washington. They're providing today's live stream production. Taking today's sprint boat races to the world. All right, our first boat coming out. Boat 23. Dangerous Curves. Clint O'Keefe, Mike Thomas. Their best time was a 57.9. comes the combo. Nicely done. And now the switchback. Little wide. Hits the bank, hangs on to it. Clean run. So a 6:0.99. Not his best run of the day. That was a 57.9. Lost a whole bunch of time on the switchback. Wide, clipping the island, cavitation, and then picking it up. So, not his best run, but it could have been a lot worse. Boat 666. Way she goes. Jeremy Sousa, Jessica Law. Their best time was a 57.06. Series now, the switchback. Did it okay. And it's a clean run. 53.97. He never even got close to that time earlier in the qualifiers. His best was a 57. And he comes in with a 53.97. So Jeremy Sousa behind the wheel of boat 666, really stepping on it for the 8 cut with his best run by far today. 154A on the way. This is the Purcell Racing Black Boat. This go around, Jeff Purcell is in the driver's seat. James Goldberg will be navigating. And looking at his best time, it was a 56.09. Oh, hung it wide, clipped the bank. He's still in it if he can keep it going. Looks like he's in the channel. I'm sure badly clogged jet. He's going to keep going. I wondered if he would just bring it out, but he's not. So he's still got the rotation going. Oh, flipping another bank. So this has gone from a boat race for Jeff to Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. That was a DNF. So I think just a few too many things went wrong, and it was time to just call it a day. So self-eliminated, 154A. Boat 86, the Juggernaut, Jason and Samantha Christ. After the course is cleared, get the Purcells off, it'll be Juggernaut time. Juggernaut really had kind of in the middle of the day, the Q2 and Q3. Kind of a rough time with 2 DNFs in a row. They started off with a 53.97, a good start to the day. And then the fourth qualifier, they had a 55.36. So, we'll see which juggernaut shows up. The juggernaut with the issues in the middle of the qualifiers, or the juggernaut that started off the day with All right, well, self-elimination. So, that is another self-elimination. Just coming in too wide, and hello. Honestly, somebody was up here talking to me. I didn't exactly see how that happened. I guess judging by where they're at, they clipped that top island. So they could get pushed out, depending on whether they get it started or not. See whether they go out under their own power. I don't know if Tugboat Timmy doesn't look like he's anywhere close to the tug. Yep, they're going to get it started, and they'll bring it out on their own. So, 2 clean runs, 2 DNFs in a row with boat 208 waiting to bring it out. And that would be TJ Burrows, Keith Brownsberger, driver, navigator respectively. And it is a Jolly Rogers production on the way. Well, a frustrating way to end the day for boat 86. Driving all the way up from Burley, Idaho. And boat 208. First Jolly Rogers team coming out here in the 8 cut. They backed it off the trailer. By the way, you may be wondering, how do these boats go in reverse? There is a bucket. This literally looks like a big scoop that drops down in front of the jet, forcing the water towards the front of the boat as opposed to out straight out the back. So the Jolly Rogers. Gets it done, charges for home. All good. .47. Not their best time today. They had a 53.31 in the third qualifier. So quite a bit off from that. Boat 145. Poor decisions. Jason Perkins, Kyle Bellis. Their best was a 51.28 in their fourth qualifier. As they warm up. So 145. They've kind of been all over in terms of times. High as 50 or 67. putting together a good run. We'll see how they handle this series of corners. All right. Part 1, now the switchback. Well done. Hard charging it for home. Good. Clean run. .86, their fastest run today. .86. So 0.4 of a second faster than their previous best. And a good run, solid run, the best run so far today for Poor Decisions. Okay, sitting on the bubble right now is boat 23. Anything better than a 60.99 and boat 23 will be eliminated. 23 is Dangerous Curves, and they are on the bubble with Clint O'Keefe, Mike Thomas waiting for boat 29. And if any boat is consistently run faster than any boat in the class today. Hangs it up. Oh, he hangs it up. That is going to cost so much time. Clog the jet. Will he bring it in? Still brings in a 56.99. Looks like a 56.94. 56.94. So, boat 23 is eliminated with a 60.99. And now, on the bubble is the boat we just saw, the one that has been fastest on the course today. Boat 29. If boat 154B can beat a 56.94, then Hammer Time is out of it. 154B. Purcell Racing, James Goldberg, Jeff Purcell. Their best run is 54.7. But along the way, they also had 2 DNFs. So will Dennis and Samantha Hughes be eliminated in boat 29, the boat that's been the fastest up until now? That depends on this run. And so far, everything going well for the Purcells. And Purcell Racing. Here comes the corner. They do it well. Now the switchback. They make it through. Looks like they will. They keep it on the course. Dennis Hughes will be eliminated. And he was. Clean run. .54.01. Boat 29, Dennis and Samantha Hughes' day of racing is done. Been running the fastest boats in the modifieds and the unlimiteds. Disabled the boat in the unlimiteds when they crashed in the far corner of the spin-out pool. And after hanging it up on an island and losing a whole bunch of time, they get knocked out in the first round here in the 8 cut. It's racing. All right, 400 class. First boat out will be boat number 12. That is Bankshot, Daryl Healy, Michael Ostrom. Their best run was in their final qualifier with a 55.85. This is the A400 class. Everything this boat has got into this particular run. And he gets it done. $56.44. Boat 68. Up next, the Steamin' Kiwi, Rudy Schuler and Dave Thompson. Their fastest run today, 51.09 seconds. 51 and 9/100 seconds. I'll say one thing about Rudy. Man, the guy is smooth. I mean, he seems to be squeezing everything out of this boat that it's got. And it's good. .58. 50.58. That's his best run today. So saving his best for last with 156. Bad Influence, Stephen and Randy Church from Oregon. Their best was a 50.81. Had a couple of DNFs along the way. Let's watch them go. That is about as picture a perfect run and clean cleanest runners you're going to see from 156 today. A 51.81. Boat 27. That would be Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Leighton's first sprint boat race today and finds himself in the middle of the pack in the 8-cut. He laid down a pretty impressive 49.91 in his third qualifying run. And for somebody that's not been in a sprint boat race before, 4 clean runs. His slowest was his first out, and really running solid all day long. Leighton Lilly, the driver. Cody Holzer, the navigator. Preventing Insanity. Feathering that he does, kind of slingshotting his way around the corners. Here we go. This is the time. Banny came in there tight. Now the switchback. Wow, well done. And he roars for home. He got it done. Clean run, and I think that was his best one today. 48.29, his fastest run today. He had it going on. All right, on the bubble, boat number 12, boat 146B on the way. That is Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. Jolly Rogers, 146B. Anything better than a 56.44 and boat number 12, bank shot, Daryl Healy, the driver and the owner, and they're eliminated. So they are officially on the bubble. Anything better than a 56.44, and they are done racing for the day. And the best time for Nicole. Switchback. And she charges for home. And she gets it done. .35. Just a skosh off her best time today, which was a 49.29. So essentially, what? 0.06 of a second off her best, and that will eliminate boat number 12 and bank shot. So Daryl Healy, Michael Ostrom done for the day, eliminated by Nicole Healy, Nicole Brown, and Tina Huff. Boat number 9 up. Fat Buddy, Jesse Nepstad Miller, and Kaylin Miller, boat 9. On the bubble, boat 156. Bad Influence. Yeah, anything better than 51.81, and the Church's racing day is over. Jesse could do that. His fastest time was a 48.95. Oh, and he gets the two bouncer and hits a bail. All right, our second two bouncer of the day, but he hit a bail. So 2 islands and a bullseye. Wow. So I know what it's like to be married and wreck the car with your wife in the passenger seat. This is an awkward conversation happening right about now. Everybody okay over there? Can we get a hands up from the safety crew if they're okay? Looked like a little bit of a dinger. I think they're gonna... I think they're okay. So they're gonna try to drag him back out. All right, beer garden over there. You guys doing okay? How about giving a round of applause to Jesse and his wife? Jesse and Kaylin. Oh, Lawn Boy is out there on his ATV. Lawn Boy. And it looks like they're bringing the trailer. So everybody's running over there. And the end of the day of racing for Jesse and Kaylin. It's got a little bit too aggressive. And boat 156, the other husband-wife team here in the 400s, sitting on the bubble. 146A will be coming out next, and that is Eric Werner and Tina Huff and Jolly Rogers. Oh, it looks like we have Amanda Webb up here with another Webb Slough announcement of some sort. You've got a Webb Slough announcement? What's your announcement? Give us your announcement, Amanda.
With just a couple of thank yous that I wanted to come up here for. Wanted to thank our new live stream company, ILF. They're from Spokane, and we're so excited to be working with them and a local company. They've made quite the production. It'll be available for you guys to watch over and over again on YouTube and Facebook and share with your friends. So thanks to ILF out of Spokane. We also want to thank our 2 food vendors here today. We had a last-minute cancellation, and the 2 food vendors here today, Nordic Smoke and Island Style, really worked their buns off to make this happen for us. We're grateful for them. We know there should have been more food vendors out there. We know that. We apologize, and we are grateful for Island Style and Nordic Smoke. And Have Beans Will Travel, always making great coffee. Waffle Wagons. Mother's Club with their amazing snow cones. I think my kids bought 50 of them.
Oh, they won't be bouncing off the wall from sugar.
And I hope you've all bought a t-shirt from our fantastic race teams out there in Vendor Row. They really work hard to get some good t-shirts for you guys and some great race merch. And I just spent way too much money in the Off-Road Vixens booth because I love everything in that booth. So thanks to our vendors and thanks to our fleet who drove miles and miles and hours to get here. What an amazing show and what an amazing day of racing. Thanks to our entire fleet of racers.
They are a fleet. Now if they could just load those things with howitzers and aircraft missiles and stuff, wouldn't that be fun? See, so you would add a marksmanship portion to the sprint boat races. Who can go the fastest and hit the target? I mean, I don't know that I would want to be over there in the beer garden for that, but you know. Oh, there's so many things we could do. Maybe have people out on the water trying to dodge the boats. And by the way, the insurance company is hating this conversation. I can tell you right now, they're just like, no, that just no.
So many great ideas from Bill London. Hey, what do you guys think of our announcer today?
Thank you.
Bill, how many races have you been here at for Webb Slough? Can you count?
All of them except the first race of the first season. And I think you only did one race the first season, so that's the only one I think I've missed.
Yes, in 2007, we had just the one race at the end of July.
Yep.
And then ever since then, in 2008, we had 2 races and 2 races ever since then. So this is our 29th sprint boat race in St. John here at Webb Slough. Thanks for joining us, fans.
Wow, 28 races.
29.
29. Well, for me, 28. So the first race didn't count. It didn't count.
I don't remember much from that first race. It was a whirlwind.
I bet. All right. The track is clear. Everybody check to make sure the hay bale was okay. That is something that our streamers need to put at the end of the episode. No hay bales were harmed in the filming of today's race. Need to do the same thing for the tires, too. Okay. Oh, who is coming up next? It will be boat 146A. And boat 156 is still on the bubble. 146A, that is Jolly Rogers. Eric Werner in the driver's seat. Tina Huff navigating. Tina's getting plenty of seat time today in the 400s as she navigates for Nicole Brown. .156. That is the husband and wife team in the Bad Influence boat, Steve and Randy Church. They are on the bubble. Anything better than a 51.81, and their day racing is done. But as we've seen, fastest boat doesn't necessarily make it out. Looks like the course is clear. Not sure what the delay is as Jolly Rogers sits idling on the trailer. We've got the green flag out, which means the course is ready. There are no hazards. And now they're unhooking him from the trailer, and the boat is in the water. It's really amazing how low that boat in the back sits in the water. I mean, the water is just literally touching the numbers in the back. Okay. Racing. The angle he comes in, he just makes one big circle around that island. There's no turn, go straight for a little bit and turn. It's just like one big circle, and it's good. .58. So the churches done for the day. So now on the bubble, boat 68. That is the Steamin' Kiwi, Rudy Schuler, David Thompson. Anything better than 50.58, and they're going home for the day. And boat 22 is the Punisher, driven by Phil Miller and Amy Thomason. And if anybody can do it, definitely this boat. Their best time, a 45.77. Coming down the back end. And it's good. .46.29. And that's the end of the day for boat 68. So boat 68, again, Steamin' Kiwi, done for the day. So in our forecut in the 400s, we've got two Jolly Rogers boats. Well, actually, it's the same boat, two different drivers that are going to be making it in. Nicole Brown as the driver, with Tina Huff as the navigator, and then once again with Eric Werner and Tina Huff. And by the way, Nicole Brown actually drove that boat faster than its owner, Eric Werner, in that last run. So she's stepping on it. Boat 27, also in it, with a 48.29. That is boat 27. That is Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. And, of course, the 46.29 that we just saw with boat 22, Phil Miller. All right, three boats coming up in the Unlimited class. And they're all going to be racing. We're starting things off with Grumpy Old Buzzard, 7-Eleven. Lee Rice, Michelle Heindel is 78 years young. And he is done. DNF. Wrong turn. He's done. Boat 411 on the way. Sending out a happy birthday wish to Shannon. Wow, it is pretty obvious why the obsession is making out. Looking at a picture of it. All right, boat 411, Dean Lautenschlager. Almost hanging it up, going through the donut at the top. Oh, hangs up on the bank. Come on, hang on to it, Dean. Oh, no. All right. Is this going to be one of those runs? The time to beat, 148 seconds. And, man, he's got a long ways to go. That was a clean run. 81.74. So he definitely does better than the 148 seconds. All right, boat 049. It's Ford time. Allie Krupp, the navigator for Robert Cox. Up and running. Switchback. And he's going to get it done. It's good. $47.41. So in the modifieds, we now get into the forecut. First boat out, 208. the Jolly Rogers. Everybody say "Arr." Boy, he did about everything but crawl over that island up in the donut. It's over. He did it. .63. So carving off almost 2 seconds from his last run. In about 2:08. And that will bring us to boat 156B. Or 154B. I think I said 156. 154B. That is Purcell Racing with James Goldberg in the driver's seat, Jeff Purcell in the navigator's seat. At a 54-1 in the last round. Clean run. 53.87. That's his fastest run today. Good time to step up on it. And that will bring us to boat 666. Jeremy Sousa, Jessica Law. I think he's getting just about everything he can get out of this boat out of it. There was about the only time I think I've heard him get out of the throttle. He just has floored it. And it's a clean run. .33. So eliminated is boat 208. And now on the bubble, the guy who just took out the guy on the bubble, boat 666. Our next boat out is boat 145. And that is Poor Decisions. I think this is the second race for boat 145. In a position to potentially win it. Jason Perkins and Kyle Bellis. So close a couple of times. Just a couple of more turns to go. Oh, they're all over this. It's good. .43. They shaved off 0.4 of a second from their best run, and so they are going to be in the finals. Eliminated boat 666. They will take third place based on time, and they boat 145 will be taking on boat 154B in the finals. So James Goldberg, Jeff Purcell in boat 154B versus Jason Perkins and Kyle Bellis in the Poor Decisions boat 145. And that brings us to the forecut. In the 400 class. First boat out is going to be 146A, and that is Eric Werner. Say that the Jolly Rogers built a solid boat, considering how many times this boat has been on the water today. And it's good. .81. Now they will park it. Tina will stay in the navigator's seat. Eric will pop out. Nicole Brown will pop in. And we will see this boat that you just saw on the water again. So that's what happens when you start tag teaming boats. That happens. By the way, Forecut brought to you in part by All Sport They've been in Spokane and Coeur d'Alene since about 1984. If it's got a motor, with the exception of an automobile, they've got them. ATVs, UTVs, snowmobiles, scooters, personal watercraft, generators. You're going to find it. They have Polaris, Honda, Yamaha, BRP, KTM, all under one roof. Polaris and, of course, Indian Motorcycles. Located in Liberty Lake, Washington. Easy to find, just off I-90 at Barker Road. Go see them. Whether you're looking for new, you're looking for pre-owned, you will find it. allsportracing.com. Also, Star Rental. Time is money. And when people are depending on you, well, you need to be there. And Star Rentals understands that. They want to save you time, therefore saving you money. They know that reliability is something that's important, so count on their trained employees for great service, no hassle billing. They've been at this for over 100 years, family owned. Star Rentals, they are the oldest, largest, and most reliable independent rental company in the entire Pacific Northwest. I'm going to go beyond that. They're the best in the world. Yeah, they are. They're just the best in the world. They're the best in the galaxy. We have people coming from other planets just to rent, like, backhoes from them. They're the Greys. They're not the Nordic ones. They're the Greys. Greys love them. The folks down there at All-Star Rentals will admit that, the Greys are kind of creepy with the big black eyes. Just huge. And the whole probing thing is annoying. So what are we doing out here on the track? We've got Lawn Boy. So we seem to have something in the water, I guess. There's debris in the water somewhere. And not knowing what it is. Oh, I think Matt's found it. Hey, Matt, wave to the crowd, Lawn Boy. Now he's just being obstreperous. He won't do it. Oh, he's pointing. I love how he's pointing and telling other people to go get it. Dude, that is a 3-foot-long leech. I'm not grabbing that. That's part of the conversation. No, you grab it. I don't want to go in. Why does this remind me of, like, every management meeting I've ever been to? It's, a bunch of people standing around pointing. Well, who's going to do this? I don't know. Are you going to do it? Well, does it even exist? I don't know. What's this going to do to our ROI? I don't know. All right, you got a chant going. Let's go, Lawn Boy. 3, 2, 1. Let's go, Lawn Boy. Give it up for Lawn Boy. We love you, Lawn Boy. You will be our next governor. Well, nothing really got accomplished there, but as a taxpayer, it didn't cost you anything, so that means he is the man for the job. If you're going to have politicians that are not going to do anything, at least it doesn't cost you any money. No, the same do-nothing government, but we're not going to raise the taxes to do nothing. Thank you, Lawn Boy. You inspire us to greatness. All right, next boat. And that would be boat 146B. Hello, Nicole Brown. Hello, Tina. Let's go fast. She sucked up a chunk of sod, and it's just totally screwing up her run. And I bet that's going to do it for her, and that is too bad. She has had a great day of racing. .95. Boat 27 on the way. And that is our friends Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Relenting Insanity. First race. So, Nicole on the bubble with a 55.95. Anything better than that by Leighton and Cody. They're done. And after his last run, I'm kind of wondering if he's holding back a little bit and how much more in this boat. He's one of those guys that does a lot of throttle feathering. And it's good. .59, his fastest run yet again today. So Nicole Brown out. And on the bubble, her teammate, Eric Werner. Same boat, 146. Anything better than a 48.81 by Phil Miller and Eric Werner and the Jolly Rogers team done for the day. With the Punisher. Phil Miller coming down from Canada, part of the Fat Buddies. That could have been ugly. He hung on to it. the switchback. Looks like he's going to pull it off. He will. It's good. In the books. 46.33. So Eric Werner in boat 146A, congratulations. He took third place in the class. And coming up, it'll be a race between the newbie, boat 27, and the old pro in boat 22. So our final between Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer in boat 27, and boat 22, the Punisher, Phil Miller and Amy Thomason. That will be our final in the 400s. Our final in the modifieds between boat 154B. 154B, that is Purcell Racing with James Goldberg in the driver's seat. Jeff Purcell, the navigator. And 145, which is Poor Decisions, Jason Perkins and Kyle Bellis. And waiting to see what we're going to do here on the Unlimiteds. Boat So considering that boat 711 DNF'd, I think we're just going to see boat 049 and boat 411 out here for the next couple of runs. So they will do a four-cut and then a final against each other, giving you a chance to see the big noisy boats run a couple of more times. Racing brought to you here at Webb Slough by a variety of people like Zeppo's Bowling and Mr. Z's Casino, your home for family fun and family entertainment in Pullman, Washington. Great place to have fun times with your families and friends, and they keep their prices low because everybody's having their budgets taxed right now. So go to Zeppo's Bowling and Mr. Z's Casino. Zeppo's 100% smoke-free and Cosmic Bowling. Also, Odom fans, or race fans, Odom, your supplier of beer in the beer garden. They remind you that if you've had a few of those and you're feeling a little bit tipsy, now would be a good time not to get behind the wheel. So either have a designated driver or hang out here. So I guess this is going to be the final round for the Unlimiteds. All right, this will be the final run for the Unlimiteds. This is your finals in the Unlimiteds between boat 411 versus Robert Cox on boat 049. Ooh, hangs it up. Come on, Dino. He gets it done, a 50.69. .69. bringing us to boat 049. The Ford. The Ford. Finals coming up in the modifieds and the A400s. And we are going to have a special lap for a dear friend of Webb Slough that will be coming up after our racing today. And we're going to do a little toast out here. So don't just walk away after the championship run by the 400s. Ooh, hangs it up. No!
Wah, wah, wah.
Congratulations, Dean Lautenschlager. Give it up. Boat 411. See, it's never over until it's over. Dean Lautenschlager, Jack Bringman winning it. Well, a great day of racing for boat 049. They did have a great day. Everything was going great. He seems to have that boat dialed in. A couple little maybe tweaks in terms of handling. But finally, the engine working well. Hey, here comes Timmy the tugboat. Hey, Timmy. Give it up for Timmy, everybody. Congratulations, Robert. Timmy the tugboat is coming out to save you. We need like a Timmy the tugboat theme song. We got a live band playing tonight. They've got time to put something together for Timmy the tugboat driver. By the way, live music starting at 8 o'clock tonight right here on the terraces. You, yes, you are invited to be here. Tone Sober is the band, local area band that's going to be playing tonight. Beer Garden, give it up for 049. You're closest. Hey, by the way, VIP Club Beer Garden, how are you guys doing up here? And you folks, in between the two, how are you? I guess you people that are not in either beer garden, you're sort of the, if you will, the cream in the middle of the drunk Oreo. Does that work as a metaphor? All right, we're going to get the modifieds out here. Now that Timmy the tugboat driver has cleared our track, I believe that boat 411 actually is going to take the checkered flag for a little bit of a ride. They get to do that when they win. So another fine job for Timmy the tugboat driver. And now they're just going to push 049 in. Again, all a part of the AAA service. Push it up to the ramp, or up to the trailer. They'll be done. By the way, we want to thank our Jeep Club, our four-wheelers that are out here helping to get the boats in and out of the water. They have been running around all day and doing a great job keeping everything going. And here comes boat 411 with the checkered flag that they earned. Give it up for Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman. And as traditional, hosing off our safety crew. He does a quick little lap. And we're getting the modifieds backed in. Tomorrow morning, the St. John's swim team is going to be doing the Sunday morning breakfast. They're going to be whipping up pancakes, sausage, bacon, eggs. Starts at 7 o'clock, goes until 10 a.m. or until everything is gone. It's a fundraiser for them to get new race suits and gear for next season. Tomorrow morning, they will be in Vendor Row doing the breakfast. All right. Boat 154B. Purcell Racing. This is your finals in the modifieds. And they get the clean run. They have an official time of 53.22, so they were able to carve off about 0.6 of a second. And boat 145. Jason Perkins, Kyle Bellis. They had a 50.43 in their last run. Jason Perkins from Cheney, Washington. Kyle Bellis, Spangle. And considering this is only their second race, they could be standing on top of the podium by the end. Nice wheelie. And it's a clean run. .36. Congratulations to boat 145, Jason Perkins and Kyle Bellis. They are your modified champions. They will take the checkered flag for a ride. Whoa. Wow, he almost completely cleared that and hangs it up on the branch for his victory run. Wow. Okay, you know how to win, but you don't know how to show off after you win. You need to work on that. We need to be practicing our flag run. He knows how to wave the flag, though. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen anybody really hang it up and almost wreck in the flag run. Okay, the time to beat is a minute, or actually 148 seconds. This could be the longest flag run in the history of humankind. It's turning out that way. And also the least exciting flag run in human history as well. Wow. Note, you ever win a sprint boat race, don't do that. Just don't do that. We know you're happy, but don't do that. Okay. This has been such a weird day. This has been a really weird race. Just saying. After our race today, we are going to have the last lap of the day, and that will be done by our friends at Dangerous Curves Racing, Clint O'Keefe and Mike Thomas, our local team. It is in tribute to an individual who passed away, who was a diehard fan here at Webb Slough, loved this place, and so we're going to just do a final run for him and give everybody a chance to say cheers to Richie. He wanted it, asked for it, and his family are doing it for him, and that is awesome. All right, 400s. Here is your final. Boat 27. Preventing Insanity. Leighton Lilly, Cody Holzer. I keep wanting to think he's been sandbagging this boat. Dude can drive. Super run. Clean run. Four 6.58. His best run of the day again. So last run for Phil Miller was a 46.33. So this is shaping up to be a really good final here in the 400s. Leighton Lilly doing great. Leighton Lilly, if you didn't know it, in a wheelchair. His controls for the boat, all on the steering wheel. Squeeze handle for the throttle. They just got all of that hooked up within the last day. Had to completely change the steering wheel. And he here comes the crucial combination as he sets up. And preparing for the switchback. Nicely done. And clean run. And he wins. 45.25. Your winner in the 400 class, Bill Miller. Bill Miller and Amy Thomason, a great day of racing for them. And let's give it up for second place, guys that have never raced sprint boats before. You got to give it up for Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer for putting up a great race today. Want to thank everybody for coming out here to Webb Slough. We've got a demonstration run that is going to be coming up for one of our sponsors, and also the Run for Richie. For those of you that joined us for your first race, we're at Webb Slough. We hope you had a fantastic time. We want to thank the father-daughter combo from London who are making a tour of the U.S., checking out American racing for making it to this race today. Thank you for coming out all the way from London. And hoist a pint at the hung, drawn, and quartered for me. If you've been to London, you know what that is. Also, don't forget breakfast tomorrow morning. St. John's swim team starts at 7 o'clock, goes until 10 or until they run out of food. First race next year at Webb Slough, coming up on Father's Day weekend. Also, final, well, not the final, but next race coming up the 10th of September in Port Angeles. And I think October 3rd will be the final race here in the U.S. of the season at the new racetrack in Ontario, Oregon. Brand new track this year. So I believe that is October 3rd. So if you've never been over to the Olympic Peninsula, go check it out. If you want to check out the new track in Ontario, check that out as well. Still a bit of a work in progress in Ontario. Thanks for spending the day with the family here in St. John.